Good afternoon, guys. I'm Ahmed Maqlid. I'm a fourth year, well, obviously, medical student. And today I'll be covering most of your lectures that are included in the radiology midterm, except for the ultrasound lectures. There are two ultrasound lectures. Those will be covered by my friend Harun, inshallah. But we're going to start with the other lectures. Our first lecture here is the introduction to X-ray. Basically, this covers the physics of X-ray and like how X-ray works, basically. Yeah, let's go ahead. I don't know if you guys need to know this, to be honest. I would, because because usually they ask about low yield stuff sometimes. So they might ask you about the dates. So just remember them just in case they do, yani. Yeah, again, some more stuff to memorize, I guess. Now, okay, so this is okay, let's start now. So basically the slides tell you that we have a source, which is the X-ray tube, and we have a subject, which is in this case the patient, and we have an image. And the image is usually projected on a film, on a piece of film or sheet of film, all right? So this is an X-ray tube, and this is the source of the X-rays, right? And as you guys can see, we have a cathode here, and we have an anode. And the anode is positive, and the cathode is negative, obviously. And there's a wire connecting them, and the wire delivers current, and the current will heat up the cathode. So when the cathode is heated up, it will release electrons. And because electrons are negatively charged, they are going to be attracted to the anode, all right? And basically that's how it happens. So the electrons are gonna interact with the anode, releasing X-rays. Now I know you're gonna ask me how does that happen? How does the interaction between electrons and anode gives us X-rays? And this is what we're gonna discuss in the upcoming slides. So again, this is the same picture. You have the wire deliver heat or deliver current, and the current will heat up the cathode. You'll have electrons. Wait, let me actually use the laser. Maybe a boom or something. Yeah. Then you have the cathode delivering electrons to the anode. Now there's a piece of information that I would memorize, which is the anode in X-ray tubes is usually made up of tungsten. I would remember that because they asked us about this before in our exam. So I don't know if they'll ask you again, but just remember it in case. Yani. It's made up of tungsten. And tungsten has a nucleus that's made up of 74 protons. So you can see how much of like a positive charge there is, right? It's huge. So yeah, basically that's it. And now we can move on to just talk about how X-rays are actually produced or like made. This is just this is the electromagnetic spectrum. Nothing too complicated here. It basically the whole slide demonstrates that X-rays are on the higher end of the spectrum, and when we go on the higher ends of the spectrum, all right, and when we're on the higher end of the spectrum, basically the frequency increases and the wavelength decreases. And whenever you increase the frequency, you increase the energy. And yeah, basically the X-rays are on the higher end of the spectrum, and the waves or the rays that are used in ultrasound and MRIs are on the lower end of the spectrum. That's why ultrasound and MRIs are relatively safer than X-rays because they are not too powerful, right? X-rays are actually so powerful that they start ionizing the body. And I'm going to explain in the upcoming slides what does ionization mean. Does it move? In the X-ray tube, you need to keep in mind two things: the KVP and the MA. What's the KVP? KVP is the kilovoltage, and MA is the milliamperes, right? So the KVP, when you increase the KVP, you increase the energy of the electrons. But when you increase the milliamperes, you increase the number of the electrons. So if you increase the milliampere, it does not mean you're getting a more powerful X-ray beam. No, you're getting more beams, but you're not getting a powerful X-ray beam. But when you increase the kilovoltage, you will increase the energy of the electrons. So each electron will have a higher energy level. So it will be a more powerful photon, basically, later on. Yeah, I think that's a slide. Yeah. Okay. So now, when the electrons coming from the cathode interacts with the tungsten, they produce X-rays using two mechanisms. All right. So the first mechanism will give you general radiation, and the second one will give you the characteristic radiation. All right. Let's talk about the general radiation. The general radiation is what, like, okay, so like most of the X-rays produced are general radiation, right? And the general radiation are low quality radiation. So just keep that in mind. They form most of the X-rays produced, but they are low in quality, all right? And how are they formed? Basically, when you have an electron, wait, okay, so this is the electron coming from the cathode, right? You guys can see it right here. And the electron is negatively charged. So when it comes too close to the protons, which are positively charged, the electron will see that because it's attracted to it. Deceleration. All right. And whenever there's deceleration, the electron loses some of its energy. And as we know, energy cannot be made or destroyed. Energy can be converted to something else. So if the electron loses some of its energy, this lost energy is going to be translated to something else, or it's going to be converted to something else, which are, in this case, X-rays. And this is it. Cut off. Okay. No, is it good? Okay, perfect. So back to our topic. So again, you have an electron right here, right? And it will come in contact or just close proximity to the protons, which are positively charged, and it will divert its path. And in that process, it will lose energy. And the energy lost will be lost in the form of X-rays. That's the basic concept. That's all you need to understand about the general radiation. All right. The other type of radiation, which are the characteristic radiation, and those are, they make a small portion of the X-rays produced, but they are very high quality. And those are the ones that, the energy lost will be in form of photons, yes. So basically the X-rays are photons, by the way. They're not electrons, they are photons. So just keep that in mind, okay? The characteristic radiations, which are, they form the small portion of X-rays produced, but they are the better quality. Those are the ones that we want, actually, all right? And those are the ones that are basically absorbed by the body, and which I feel like it's cutting. Is it lagging?
It's lagging a little bit, yeah.
Damn. All right. All right, just give me a second.
Sure.
Cool. So back to characteristic radiations, right? All right. So what will happen is an electron will come and it will knock out one of the electrons in the inner shell, not the outer shell. So you can see we have 3 shells here, right? The electron will be knocked out from the inner shell of the tungsten, right? So what happens is you'll have one electron will be knocked out, and then you'll have the electron coming from the cathode will be knocked out too, right? So what you'll end up with is a vacancy. This is going to be empty. This shell is going to have 1 electron less. So what will happen is one of the electrons from the higher energy levels is going to go down to fill in this vacancy. And electrons from a higher energy level, a lower energy level, what happens is that energy is lost. It's slugging again, isn't it? Yeah, let's go through this again one more time. You have an electron coming from the cathode, right? Wait, let me check the chat. It's general radiation, it's just diversion. Yes, in general radiation, it's just the electron diverts, that's it. It just changes direction, and when it does, it decelerates, it slows down. When it slows down, it loses energy, and this energy that's lost is in form of X-rays. All right, so that's what happens. That's it. Yeah. So in characteristic radiation, it's a bit different now. So the electron does not just divert and change direction. No, it knocks one of the electrons from the inner shell with it. So this inner shell, wait, yeah. All right. So the inner shell will end up losing 1 electron, and there will be a vacancy. And you need to fill in this vacancy. The inner shell has to always be full. It has to, right? So one of the electrons from the outer shells is going to go down and fill in this space. It's going to fill in this vacancy. And when an electron goes from a higher level to a lower level, it loses energy. And again, when energy is lost, it's not just destroyed, it doesn't disappear. No, it's converted to something else. And in this case, it's converted to X-rays. Yeah, so those are the 2 types of X-rays you guys need to know, the general X-ray and the characteristic. So which atom are we talking about? Okay, we're talking about the tungsten atom. We're talking about the tungsten atom. So the electrons are going to interact with the atoms of the tungsten, and the tungsten is our anode. Sure, I'll repeat it again. So general radiation, you're gonna have an electron coming from the cathode, right, going to the anode, and our anode is tungsten. All right. So the electron is going to come in close proximity with the protons, which are positively charged. This will make the electron change its direction, and any change in direction requires energy, right? So it's going to lose energy. Some of its energy is going to be lost because it decelerated, it slowed down due to the change of direction. This energy that's lost is lost in form of radiation or X-rays, all right? Your general radiation is most of the X-ray produced is in form of general radiation, and it's low in quality, all right? The other type of radiation is the characteristic radiation, all right? You're going to have an atom, you're going to have an electron coming from the cathode, again, to the anode, which is tungsten. But this time, it's not going to just change direction and that's it. No, it's going to knock one of the electrons from the inner shells. So you have in the inner shell, you have electrons. The electron coming from the cathode is going to knock one of them out. Can you see this one? It's knocked out now. It's out of the shell, leaving a vacancy. This vacancy has to be filled, right? So one of the electrons, the green ones, is going to go down from the higher energy level to the lower energy level and fill in this vacancy. And when an electron goes from a higher energy level to a lower energy level, it loses some of its energy. And this energy that's lost is in form of X-rays. Remember, guys, energy cannot be destroyed or created. It has to be converted to something else. And in this case, in both cases, actually, it's X-rays. It's just the mechanism of energy loss that differs. Is this clear? All right, cool. If you guys want me to repeat it, just say, I'll repeat it again. Moving on to the next, again, this is the same thing, it's just diagrammatic, all right, just to explain it more. This is the Brimstone radiation, and this is the characteristic radiation, all right? As you can see here, most of the radiation is general radiation, and you can see here, the electron is just diverting its direction, that's it, and emitting X-rays. But in this case, which is the characteristic radiation, one of the electrons is actually ejected out. And this is the characteristic radiation. When you put both of them, or you plot both of the radiations on one diagram, you will get this. All right. So the peaks are the characteristic radiation, and this small thing is the general radiation. All right, I guess this is the same thing, Yanni. I don't think there's anything extra here. Yep, same thing. This is just showing you that this is the characteristic and this is the general radiation. So characteristic has more energy. I wouldn't say more energy per se. No, I'd say it's better quality. I really don't know how to explain this, but it's our tissue, our body, absorbs characteristic radiation more than general radiation. General radiation tends to divert within our body. And the only thing that general radiation does to our body is decrease the quality of the image. That's it. It doesn't improve the quality of image in any way. The only thing that actually improves our quality of the image and actually gets absorbed by our tissue is the characteristic radiation. All right. All right. So basically in the slide, it's telling you that you have different, like each X-ray photon may have different energy. All right. So you're going to have low energy photons and high energy photons. On its way to the body, some X-rays might not even reach the body. All right. They're just so powerless. They can't even reach the body. So those are lost. But those who reach the body, you have two types. You have the high energy ones, you have the low energy ones. And what happens is the low energy ones get deposited in our body and does not form an image. They just get absorbed by our body without forming any image. And those are harmful. Those are the ones that we try to filter out, because you don't want X-rays depositing in your body without forming an image. That's just useless ionizing radiation. That's it. It does nothing to you but harm you, right? But the powerful ones, the powerful X-rays are the ones that pass through the body. And those are the ones that actually, they don't really harm you, right, per se, but if they are general radiation, at least they passed through you. Phi general radiation that stay within your body. And those are simply harmful because they don't serve any purpose. They're just deposited in your body without contributing anything to the image, right? Actually, there's in the transcription. I'll send you guys those, by the way. I'll send you those so you can take a look at them. But like in each slide, you'll find like good details and description more if you want to go through them. But those are extra. I wouldn't go through them, to be honest, if you're short on time. But yeah, if you're interested in it. So how do we do that? How do we avoid having the low power X-rays? We simply put a filter on, and that's it. And I don't know if they're going to ask you this or not, but usually the filter used in X-ray machines is made up of aluminum. Just know that, I guess. It's usually an aluminum filter right here. Yeah, same thing again. It's just a filter. This slide just explains that right becomes left and left becomes right. Nothing too complicated. All right. Now, after X-ray are made and they pass through the tube, the X-ray tube, they reach our bodies, they reach us. And here we're called the matter. We are the matter, okay? Do I have chat? All right. So the X-rays will interact with our bodies in different ways, all right? Because you have different types of X-rays, and by type I mean different energy levels, all right? They will interact differently, and for us, we're just concerned about two. Can I use the laser thing? Yeah, we're concerned with two ways by which X-rays interact with us. You have the Compton scatter, and you have the photoelectric effect. Those are the two important things, really. The elastic recoil and the pair production are not really important because they do not contribute anything at all to the image formation. Zero contribution, all right? So that's where we're gonna focus on, the Compton scatter and the photoelectric effect. So just to recap, at this point, we're now at the part where the X-rays interact with our body. We're done with how X-rays are made and everything. At this, we're now how X-rays interact with us. So a Compton scatter, basically it's how general radiation interacts with us. And the photoelectric effect, which is this one, is how characteristic radiation interacts with us, all right? So back to the Compton scatter. So in the Compton scatter, what happens is, as you can see here, you will have a high energy photon, okay? It's not an electron here. Khalas, electron is in the tube. We're now in the body. So you'll have a high energy photon, which is an X-ray, by the way, all right? It will come here and it will eject one of the electrons from the outer shield. Remember this, Compton effect happens in the outer shield. It does not happen in the inner shield, only the outer shield. So what happens is it will knock out one of the outer shell electrons, right? And the photon itself will just divert its path, all right? Because interacting with the electron, it lost some of its energy. To knock out an electron, you need to spend energy. You need to push it. And to push it, you need energy. You get me? So the photon, after knocking out the electron, will have a lower energy, right? This is, you look at the scattered lower energy photon, all right? So what happens is the scattered lower energy photon, it's so random and it's so unpredictable that it's just called scatter matter. That's it. It doesn't contribute to the formation of the image. No, it's the other way around. It actually obscures the image. It's just, it causes the image to be of less quality, right? And that's basically what general radiation is. General radiation makes the quality of the image worse. That's it, all right? But we can't really do anything about it because it is the predominant form of radiation that we get. I need you guys to remember something, that Compton scatter or the scatter rays dominates in higher energy values. So when you increase the KVP here, when you increase the KVP, you increase the Compton scatter. You increase the scattering of those photons everywhere, right? So what happens is you get a worse image contrast. That's it, really. So again, just to recap this this process, you will have a high energy photon, which is coming from the X-ray tube, all right? It will knock out one of the outer shield electrons. And by the way, this is called a Compton electron. Like, I don't know, maybe that's interesting or something, but it's called a Compton electron, all right? And it's ejected out of the outer shell, all right? It's just that. And then you will have a photon that's slower in energy because it wasted some of its energy to knock out the electron. All right. And this low energy photon does not improve the image quality. It makes it worse. All right. That's why in mammograms, we decrease the KVP. And when you decrease the KVP, you decrease the Compton scatter and you increase the image contrast. You guys get how mammograms work now? You decrease the KVP, you decrease Compton scatter, you increase image contrast, which you need in mammograms, because in mammograms you need to visualize soft tissue using X-rays, which is hard. You get me? So you just decrease KVP, decrease Compton scatter, increase image contrast. When you decrease KVP, by the way, you increase the photoelectric effect, which we're going to talk about now. All right. So in the photoelectric effect, you guys remember how I said that there's this low scattered photon energy, right? It's not absorbed by anything. It's not absorbed by the body. It's just there, right? And it's obscuring the image. But in the photoelectric effect, the energy is absorbed. Everything is absorbed, right? So what will happen is you will have X-rays or you have photon, all right? It will come in and it will knock out one of the inner shell electrons. So in Compton scattering, you have the outer shell electron. In the photoelectric effect, you have an inner shell electron. And again, like I discussed in the X-ray tube, when you knock one of the inner shell's electrons, you will have vacancy. And when you have a vacancy, this vacancy has to be like an electron will have to go from the outer shell to the inner shell to accommodate this vacancy, right? And when that happens, it emits a secondary characteristic radiation. And this radiation is absorbed. It becomes so weak that it gets absorbed على طول. Okay, let me go through this again. I feel like it's a bit overwhelming. So you need to remember that in the Compton scatter, the electron is ejected from the outer shell and the photon is not absorbed. It's not absorbed. No, it's still there. It's lower in energy, but it's not absorbed. All right. But in the photoelectric effect, an inner shell electron is ejected, not an outer shell electron. It's an inner shell electron. And this ray, this photon is absorbed. It's absorbed by the body. Let me tell you, the film that you guys use to look at X-rays is actually white in color. Like before it's used, it's white in color. It's not black. It becomes black because it gets burned by the X-rays. So basically, the part that does not get burned, right? It does not get burned because X-rays did not reach them. Why did they not reach them? Because the body absorbed them. Does this make sense? Someone say yes. Cool. All right. So again, if the film is white, all right, it gets burnt by X-rays and it becomes black. If a part on the film is not black, it's still white. What does that mean? It means that X-rays did not reach that specific part of the film. Why? Because our body absorbed the X-rays. It did not allow the X-rays to go through. And that's basically the photoelectric effect. All right. So what happens is you'll have the X-ray. Yep, Miriam, exactly. So basically you'll have X-rays coming from the X-ray tube, all right, knocking out one of those inner shell electrons, right? And then an outer shell electron is going to go down to wait. How can I? Yeah, let me make it 10. All right, so one of those is going to go down to fill in this vacancy. And when it goes down, it releases radiation, all right? Just like how this was made, this is also made. Like, if you guys remember, when in the X-ray tube, that's how the photoelectric effect happens, right? One of the inner shell electrons is ejected. That's exactly the same thing, but inside the body. And this time, this wave is so weak that the body's gonna absorb it. على طول. That's it. All right. Does anyone wants me to repeat the photoelectric effect or the Compton scatter? I can repeat it, no problem. Or can I move on? It releases radiation, but we told get absorbed. Yes. Okay. So remember in the X-ray tube, there's the photoelectric effect too, and it's the exact same mechanism. One of the inner shell electrons is ejected, and one of the outer shell electrons replaces it, and it releases this. It releases this powerful X-ray, right? That comes from the X-ray tube. Now in the body, the same exact mechanism will happen again. All right, but this time the ray that is produced is so weak that the body is just going to absorb it. That's it. When the body absorbs the rays cannot penetrate the body, so they won't reach the X-ray film. And if they don't reach the X-ray film, they won't burn the film. That's why they appear white. That's why bones are white on X-ray, because bones stopped or absorbed all the X-rays. Do you get it, Bushra? Perfect. So what's the main purpose of the filter? Okay, so the filter filters out the low energy X-rays that will get deposited in the body without contributing to the image. All right, so you have general X-rays, and we said that general X-rays, they just make the image worse. That's it, right? In general X-rays, you have low energy and high energy. The high energy general radiation is going to penetrate the body and make the photo worse, all right? But they're going to penetrate the body. They're not going to stay inside your body. They're not going to hurt you. And that's good, at least, yeah. But the low energy general radiation is going to make the photo worse, and they're going to get deposited inside your body, which you don't want. Did you get it now, Amar? That's why you use a filter. The filter is going to filter out those low energy general radiation. All right, cool. All right. This is the elastic scatter. It basically tells you that the energy of the X-ray is equal to the energy of the outer shell electron. So it basically contributes nothing. They just negate each other. That's it. It contributes nothing to the image. So you guys, I don't think you need to focus on this in any way. Just know it. Know that elastic scatter does not contribute anything to the image. All right, basically in the slide, it tells you that different types of tissues is going to take up different amounts of X-rays. So air is going to allow for most of the X-rays to pass through, while bone is not going to allow for a lot of X-rays to pass through. Basically, that's it. Yeah, there's nothing to it. Again, same thing. All right, this is the scatter that I told you about, guys. Remember this? This is the scatter that I'm talking about, this thing. All right. If you decrease the scatter, you improve the image quality. That's the whole point. So the scatter, it increases the dose of radiation that the patient and the technician receives, and it degrades the image quality. Like, how can we improve the image quality? How can we decrease the scatter? We decrease the scatter by something called the air gap. All right. So basically, after the X-rays interact with our body, all right, if you leave enough space between the patient and the film, which is the receptor in this case, you increase the probability of this scatter to miss the film, all right? Because they're going everywhere, right? They're scattered. So if you increase the distance, it increases the angle. The angle increases. And when the angle increases, it increases the chance that the scatter is going to completely miss the receptor. And if it completely missed the receptor, you got a better quality image. That's basically it. All right. This is the air gap that basically. Also, another way you can improve the image quality is by decreasing the KVP, right? Keep that in mind. So if you decrease the KVP and the air gap are two ways you can increase the image quality. Okay. Did you guys get everything before this? Yes, the air gap is between the person and the receptor, and the receptor is the film in this case, the black film. That's the air gap. It's between those two. All right, cool. Now we can move on to the image quality. And in the image quality, we're concerned about two things, the spatial and the contrast. The temporal resolution isn't really too important at this point because it's important in like in life tracing, like in barium swallow, in the cardiac contractility, stuff like that. So, but let's talk about spatial resolution and then contract resolution. So we need less space between wait, let me read the chat. So we want less space between the patient and the receptor. No, we need more space. You need more space between the patient and the receptor. Let me show you why. All right, let's say that you bring the receptor right here. All right, this is the new location of the receptor. See how the receptor now receives all the rays? It receives everything. It receives the scatter, relieves the real image, it gets everything, right? And if you get a lot of scatter, you decrease the image quality. But if you take this receptor and you take it right here, can you see how the scatter misses? They miss the receptor. Did you get me? I hope this makes sense. But yeah, great, cool. Now let's talk about spatial resolution and contrast resolution. Okay. Spatial resolution is the ability to you're welcome. Spatial resolution is the ability to distinguish two adjacent lines. At first, this didn't make sense to me, by the way, but now think about it. All right, let's say that you have, this is the normal lung tissue, all right? Let's just think about it like that. This is the normal lung tissue, the bright red, and the pathology is in dark red, it's like maroon or whatever, all right? If those two are in two different pixels, so let's say that this is in one pixel, all right? And this is in another pixel. You will be able to distinguish them because they are in two different pixels, right? But if both of them are in the same pixel, let's say they are in the same one pixel, all right? Will you be able to distinguish them? Keep in mind that pixels has only one color. A pixel cannot have more than one color inside it. So if both of them, the normal tissue and the abnormal tissue, are in the same pixel, you won't be able to distinguish them. They are the same color. You get me? But if you use a smaller pixel, you will be able to distinguish them because now the pathology is in a different pixel and the normal tissue is in a different pixel. So you will be able to distinguish them from each other. That's why cameras use better, like the more pixels you have, the better the quality of the camera. I hope this makes sense. So like you go for like 21 megapixels is like, so a 24 megapixel is better than 12 megapixels. You get me? Because you have more pixels. And when you have more pixels, they're smaller. Does this make sense? I hope this makes sense. No? All right, I'll explain it again. All right, let's say that you have the normal tissue right here. Oh, okay. People are saying it makes sense. If you guys want me to repeat it, I can repeat it, okay? Just write in the chat, I can see it. Go ahead. So does this mean that the normal has two different pixels? See, in older generation X-rays, they had less amount of pixels. When you say less pixels, you also mean bigger pixels, right? And when you give and when you have bigger pixels, each pixel will include a big portion of the picture. You got me? So like it's exactly like you can see it right here. Wait. Right here. If the pixel is big, it's going to include both the pathology and the normal tissue. So you won't be able to distinguish it because pixels can have only one color. Each pixel can have only one color. So if both the pathology and the normal tissue are inside the same pixel, because the pixel is so big, it can include both of them, you won't be able to distinguish the pathology from the normal tissue because the pixel is big. But if you have more pixels, which are also smaller in size, each part of the lung, for example, is going to be in a different pixel. So you'll have the normal tissue here, and the abnormal tissue is in another pixel. And both will have different colors. And when they have different colors, you can distinguish them. You can tell the difference that, oh, okay, this is bright red, and this is dark red, and dark red is the pathology. So the only way you distinguish between them is because they are on two different grids. They are not in the same pixel. Does that make sense? Perfect. Cool. All right. So how do you get more pixels that are smaller? Simple answers. Simple answer is you, okay, so this is in more in CT because, okay, so to get more pixels, you increase the detectors, you increase the number of detectors. Yes, exactly, you increase the number of detectors. That's how you get more pixels. So yeah, all right. So this is spatial resolutions, basically. And remember, by the way, this is just to understand it, but to answer your exam, remember the definition. Spatial resolution is the ability to distinguish two adjacent lines. Remember that. Increase the number of detectors. This is more in the CT scans. I'll explain it later, but that's how you increase the number of pixels, is by increasing the number of detectors. All right, contrast resolution is the ability to, all right, so contrast resolution, you have different shades of a color, right? And in X-rays and CTs, the two colors are white and black. And in between them, you have shades of gray, right? Look at the image on the right side. It's white and black. Can you distinguish any organ from any organ? No, you can't, because you only have two colors. You have the black and you have the white. So there's no contrast between them. But in between, you have gray. And if you include a lot of shades of gray, you will start distinguishing between organs, because each organ has a different shade of gray. And that's basically what's happening here on this X-ray, right? You start adding shades of gray, so you start distinguishing structures. That's basically contrast resolution. The more shades of gray you have, the better your contrast resolution. And in CT scan, you actually have 256 shades of gray. That's why CT scans have higher contrast than X-rays, or like plain X-rays. Does this make sense? Spatial resolution and contrast resolution. Any questions? Any concerns? Perfect. We can move on to temporal resolution then. All right, temporal resolution is the ability to capture moving objects at different points in time. Just as I said, in barium swallow, in the contractility, in the heart's contractility, it's the ability to capture things. You guys know those videos you see sometimes of like an X-ray of someone drinking water? That's the temporal resolution. And it's measured in frames per second. Basically, yeah, that's it. It's not really that important, to be honest, but like just keep it in mind. The temporal resolution is the ability to capture moving objects, and it's measured in frames per second. Spatial resolution, for example, is measured in pixels. So, so yeah, nothing a lot to talk about temporal resolution, to be honest. That's about it. This is an example of fluoroscopy. This should be a video, by the way. It's just pictures here, but it should be a video. In the hospital, it's actually a video. You can see the person drinking water or drinking barium or whatever. Again, mammogram, I explained it. Let me explain it again. You decrease the KVP, which will decrease the Compton scattering, which will increase the image quality. We have to be clear about this. Compton scattering reduces the image quality. The photoelectric effect increases the image quality. So if you decrease the Compton scattering by decreasing the KVP, you get a better quality image. All right. In mammograms, actually, they change the tungsten to whatever that is. Honestly, I don't know how to pronounce it. Like, just memorize it, I guess. Yeah, and it has a higher spatial resolution because it decreases because the focal point decreases. So wait, let me show you this so it makes more sense. Right here, all right? Can you guys look at this? Can you see this? Where the X-ray originates? If you increase the space, you increase the angle, right? And when you increase the angle, you increase the scattering. It becomes wider, all right? But to get a better resolution, or to get a better spatial resolution, you need to decrease this angle. You need to make it focused shoya, all right? And that's basically what happens. You just, wait, where is it? Yeah, you decrease the focal point. I guess that's it. This is a mammogram. You can find better pictures, I guess, but like, all right. Like, I think this is the last one, Walla? Yeah, it's the last slide. Now, guys, remember this because this probably come as an MCQ. Pretty sure it will. If you manipulate the KVP, the dose that the patient will be receiving is exponentially changed. So if you double the kVp, you will quadruple the dose, right? It's an exponential relationship. But if you double the milliamperes, you will double the dose. That's it. It's a linear relationship. And that's what you guys need to remember. That's it, really. Increase the kVp. If you double the kVp, you quadruple the dose. If you double the milliamperes, you double the dose. One is exponential relation, one is a linear relation. Was that clear? Great. All right. Again, you reduce the scatter by using filters and using air gaps. This way you increase the image quality and you decrease the amount of radiation reaching to you. Wait, there's a question. For MA, if you double it, those will double too. Yes, yes. For the milliamperes, if you double the milliampere, you will double the dose. It's a linear relationship, all right? But if you double the kVp, it's an exponential relationship, so it's going to be quadruple the dose, all right? Basically, it's 2 to the power of 2. So it's an exponential growth. I increase the dose of radiation that the patient receives. You always need to keep in mind that this is an ionizing radiation, and ionizing radiation damages the DNA within humans, all right? It damages our DNA, and it increases the oxidative stress. It increases the free radicals, right? So it harms us. So you need to use as low as possible of radiation. You need to go like only when it's necessary, right? And when you increase the kVp, when you double the kVp, you double the dose, you quadruple the dose of the ionizing radiation that the patient receives. And by the way, it's not only the patient, it's you too, because you're in close proximity to this machine. So you're also receiving some of that ionizing radiation. Basically, when you double the kVp, you quadruple the amount of ionizing radiation released. And what are the purpose of the grids? What are the purpose of the grids? I remember we skipped that back in our days because those are our lectures. What are the grids? That's a good question. I have no idea. Wait, let's see what the transcription says. Yeah, discard. Even the transcription has nothing regarding the grids. I remember we skipped it in our batch. I don't know if you guys have to be honest, but I do not know what grids are. So yeah. If you guys want to be on the safe side and Google it, it's up to you. But like, we did not take what grids are, so yeah. Questions. All right. Increasing the air gap will decrease scatter. Yes. All right. We're done with this lecture. Do you guys have any questions? The doctor only said important to eliminate scatter reaching receptor to ensure clear image. All right, there you go, guys. Just remember it. Do you guys have any questions? Do you guys want me to go through anything again? I can repeat any concepts if you didn't get it. I'm okay with that. All right, cool. So everyone got it. Perfect. Right, so let's move on to the second lecture. What's our second lecture? By the way, guys, do you want me to go through radiation shielding lecture? It's not even a lecture, it's a Word document. Like, do you guys want me to go through it? It will take us like 5-10 minutes max, but like, I don't know. Let's move on to the clinical X-ray lecture. All right, then we can talk about this later. Let's move on to this lecture. All right. Oh my God. I don't think they uploaded that Word document for us. I'll send it to you. I actually took this document and I highlighted or like bolded stuff that are high yield that will probably come in your exam. So I actually bolded them. I'll send all those to you, by the way, because those are all edited lectures. I took them and I added some slides, Menandi. So yeah, to just make everything clear. Anyway. Cool. All right, let's start the structure then. So now we understand how X-rays work, we understand the physics and everything. Now let's move on to actual clinical practice and pathological correlation of X-rays. First thing first, before even starting, guys, do not use X-rays on pregnant women and children. Do not use X-rays on pregnant women and children, all right? Absolute contraindication. Also CT scans, same, because CT scans use X-rays. So don't use those two. If you have a pregnant lady or a child, use ultrasound or MRI. All right, now that's out of the way, we can move on to the lecture. All right, again, more stuff that I don't know if you guys need to remember or not, I guess. Again, this is the same thing. It just tells you how the physics of the X-ray, same thing I explained. Yep, same thing, same thing, same thing, same thing. All right, so as I said, X-rays are highly penetrating because they have high energy and they are ionizing radiation, all right? Ionizing radiation lead to DNA damage, remember that. That's why we don't use it on pregnant women, because it might hurt the fetus, and children because they're growing. Okay, same, all right. It just shows you different types of X-rays. This X-ray is for the AP view for patients who can't move or can't stand on their own. So we use this type of X-ray. It's an AP. It will give you an AP view X-ray. It's an anterior-posterior X-ray. And in clinical practice, the widely used X-ray is not AP, it's PA, it's posterior anterior. So if, for example, if you just encounter an X-ray and it does not say if it's AP or PA, go ahead and assume it's PA, because 90% of X-rays are PA X-rays, they are not AP. AP is only for like certain people who can't move, who can't stand, or whatever. PA is the most commonly used one. And this is how we get a PA scan. The person has to be standing and facing the film, all right? And the X-ray machine is at the back. This is the X-ray machine right here. And the film is in front of the patient, not behind him. This is a PA view. This is usually what we get. All right, again, this is the AP view showing you the guy on the bed, I don't know. And this is for emergency cases. So in ER, you get mobile X-ray machines. Yeah. All right. Here, the doctor's trying to tell you how to read a chest X-ray. And when I took the lecture, it literally had only this one slide and nothing else. So I added at least like 10 slides after this, and we're going to go through it because it's very important for you guys to remember how to read a chest X-ray. It's very important. All right, so let's move on how to read a chest X-ray. Now, to read a chest X-ray, you need to evaluate two things. You need to evaluate the quality of the image, and you need to evaluate anatomical structures to identify any pathologies, right? And we have two approaches to this. You have the RIPE approach and the ABCDE approach. We use both together. The RIPE approach is to assess the quality of the image, and the ABCD approach is used to assess the anatomical features of the image, all right? So we use both concurrently together. It's not a matter of which one. So let's start with the RIPE approach. As I said, the RIPE is a mnemonic that summarizes the steps to assess the image quality, right? R stands for rotation, I is for inspiration, P is for projection, and the E is for exposure. Now, when a patient is taking a chest X-ray, the patient has to be, is it lagging? No, okay, cool. I thought it's lagging. Like, when a patient is taking a chest X-ray, the patient has to stand parallel to the film, all right? He has to be parallel to the film, as you can see it right here. But sometimes the patients move. They actually go like right and left, and they're not supposed to do that, all right? They have to stay still, and they have to stay parallel to the film, right? So that you get a good image. And if you don't, if you actually rotate, you can actually cause pseudo deviation of the trachea. You will see that the trachea is going to the right or to the left but in reality, it's actually in the middle. Just the patient is moving, right? And I'm going to go through every one in the next slides. Inspiration is a patient when taking an X-ray has to inhale, has to get a good inspiration. Projection, whether it's an AP view or a PA view, you need to distinguish between them. And exposure. Exposure is how much radiation are you using? How powerful is the X-ray? All right. I'm going to go through them now. Now, rotation. How do you tell if a patient is rotating or not during an X-ray? All right. Look at the one on the right. Wait, let me use that. All right. Look at the one this. This is normal. Why is it normal? Because you can see that the distance between the spinous processes and the medial surface of the clavicle is almost equal. Like, look at the right clavicle, look at this, and then see this distance? It's almost equal to this distance, all right? So you know that the patient is centered. He or she is standing in the middle. They're not moving right or left. That's it, all right? So this is normal. The patient is not rotating in this X-ray. But look at this X-ray right here. Look at this clavicle, measure this distance, and then measure this distance. It's almost double. Like the one on the right is almost double the distance compared to the left one. So you know that this patient was moving during the X-ray process, all right? That's basically how you assess for rotation. This is the first letter of RIPE. Rotation, out of the way now. Khalas, we got this. Now, inspiration versus expiration. Patient should not expire during an X-ray. Patient has to take a deep breath and hold the breath until the X-ray is done. It takes like 2 seconds, just holding your breath, that's it. All right, what happens if the patient doesn't do that? You will end up with a pseudo enlargement of the heart, right? Look at this one. Can you see how big that heart is? It's almost taking up the whole mediastinum, right? And that's what happens when you don't take a good breath, right? You'll have pseudo enlargement of the heart, and you can misdiagnose cardiomegaly just because the patient didn't take a deep breath. That's it, right? How do you know if the patient took a deep breath or not? Well, first of all, as I said, you'll have pseudo enlargement of the heart. But to tell if the heart is enlarged or not, you will need a normal X-ray to compare it to, you know? Like the only way you can tell this is big is because you have a normal one next to it. So you can tell that this is too big, right? But a more scientific way or a more scientific approach is that you count the ribs, all right? So you have anterior ribs and you have posterior ribs. And because this is a PA view, your posterior ribs are clearer than the anterior ribs. Is that clear? So like your posterior ribs are well defined. They look better than the anterior ribs. So can you see those ribs? Can you see how much clearer they are than the ones than those? Can you guys see it? Okay, that's basically it, right? So basically, you're gonna need to count at least how many ribs? I think 5. Yeah, you'll need at least 5 ribs, 5 ribs. Okay, this is switched, by the way. This is lax, all right? It's 5 to 6 posterior ribs and at least 8 anterior ribs, right? So if you count here, all right, this is the normal one, right? So let's count the posterior ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, even 8. This is a good inspiration, all right? You have more than 5. Now let's count the anterior ribs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, even 9, all right? So it's more than 8. That's a good inspiration. Now let's count this. Let's count this X-ray, right? You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you would say, oh, that's a good X-ray, right? Because it has more than 5 posterior ribs. But count the anterior ribs, كده. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is less than 8. So this is a bad inspiration. There's a question, right? Can you go a little slower with the pointer? It lags. Yeah, sure. All right. Back to the inspiration, back to the good X-ray, all right? Anteriorly, you should count more than 8, all right? It's a, wait, let me actually fix it right now. Yeah. There you go. All right, so you should count at least 5 ribs posteriorly and 8 ribs anteriorly, all right? That's the normal X-ray. Now let's count the ones in the normal X-ray. Let me put the pointer and let me go slower this time. All right, posterior ribs, all right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You already know that this is a good posterior. Posteriorly, this is good because it's more than 5 ribs. Now let's count the anterior ribs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, even 9. So this is good because it's more than 8. All right. Now let's count it here. Posteriorly, you'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. You would say this is good, right? Because it's more than 5 posterior ribs. But don't forget to count the anterior ribs too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You need more than 8 anterior ribs. 8. Anything less, this is a bad inspiration, and this is a bad X-ray, and the X-ray need to be taken again. Is that clear, guys? Perfect. Okay. So we're done with the R, we're done with the I. Let's move on to the P, which is the projection, right? And to know if this is an AP or a PA view, you need to, what did I say? Yeah, all right. So you need to, wait, why did I lose? Yeah, all right. So, okay, sorry, my mind is distracted. Anyways, so to know if it's an AP view or a PA view, you need to look for the scapula, right? The scapula in a PA view will be outside the lung fields. It's not going to be inside the lung fields. But in an AP view, the scapula will be inside the lung field. The edge of the scapula, you will see it, you will visualize it inside the lung field, all right? Can you guys take a look at this? Can you see the scapula? Can you see the edge of the scapula? Exactly. So this one is the AP view, and this one is the PA view. And again, how do you differentiate between AP and PA? The scapula. The edge of the scapula will be inside the lung fields in an AP view, as you can see. All right. I hope the projection was clear. Now moving on to the exposure. Exposure basically is if it's too powerful or too weak. All right. If it's too powerful, your contrast is going to be, as I mentioned before, black and white. You won't be able to distinguish between structures if it's too powerful. But if it's too weak, it's going to be too bright, right? So you won't be able to distinguish between other structures, like the lungs, for example. The lungs are going to be out of the equation completely, all right? So this is a good quality image. And how do you assess for a good quality image, for good exposure? If you can see the vertebra behind the heart, if you can see the vertebra behind the heart, then this is a good exposure, right? You can see here, wait, let me, you can see the vertebral discs right here, right? I can mark them with my pen. This means you can see the vertebra. This is a good exposure. But here, you can't tell where's the vertebra. Neither can you do that here. All right. So we're done with the RIPE, R-I-P-E. Good? Good. Now we move on to the ABCDE, which is the most important part of how to read an X-ray. By the way, do you have any questions in the right part? Anybody has anything to ask in assessing the quality of the image? Can you show the scapula again? Yeah, sure. All right. So this is the AP view X-ray, all right? And if you look closely, you can see that the scapula's edge is inside the field. Look at this. Can you see this? Without the line, with the line. Without the line, with the line. This is the scapula. And if you see the scapula inside the lung field, then this is the AP view. This is an anterior posterior view, all right? If the scapula is inside the lung, this is an AP view. If the scapula is outside the lungs, this is a PA view. Is this clear? In the APPA view, do the direction change? The direction of what? What direction? You mean right and left? No, it's still the same. It's right and left. What's right is on this side, and what's left is on the. It's switched in both cases. So the heart is on the left side in both cases. Like you can see the apex here. It's still on the left, both sides. All right. The direction does not change. You're welcome. All right. So moving on to the A, B, C, D, E. All right. This is used to evaluate the anatomical features of the X-ray. All right. So it's easy: airway, breathing, cardiac, diaphragm, and everything else. All right. So in airway, we assess the trachea, the carina, the bronchi, and the hilar structures. And I'm going to go through them all in the next slides, don't worry. In the breathing, you assess the pleura and the lungs. In the cardiac, you assess the heart size and the heart borders. In the diaphragm, obviously, the diaphragm and the Costophonic angle. And everything else is the aorta, the bones, the soft tissue, and any prosthetics. And by prosthetics, I mean valves, pacemakers, sternal sutures, whatever. Okay, anything that's foreign is considered as prosthetics. I hope that was clear. Moving on to the airway now. All right. Now in the airway, you assess the trachea, the carina, the bronchus, and the excuse me. This is the trachea, the carina, the bronchus, and the hilar structures. In the trachea, you only assess for deviation. And either it's deviated, normally the trachea could be deviated a little bit to the right, which is okay, but any extreme deviation in the trachea is indicative of pathology, right? So anything that can push or pull the trachea, for example, pneumothorax, massive pleural effusion, fibrosis, can deviate the trachea, all right? Guys, who can okay, don't volunteer, just in the chat. Look at this X-ray and tell me what's wrong with it. What pathology can you see in this X-ray? Anyone? Deviated to the right? Yes. Yes, the trachea is deviated to the right. That's true. Can you tell me why is it deviated to the right? Perfect. Yes. There is a collapsed lung. Wait, let me just. There is a collapsed lung right here. If you guys can see it, I don't know if you can. But like if you take a look right here, there's nothing, right? This is a jet black lung. And a jet black lung is indicative of tension pneumothorax. So yeah, who answered? Yep. So this is tension pneumothorax leading to right deviation of the trachea. And it's deviated to the right because the pneumothorax is pushing it from the left. So this is a left pneumothorax leading to right deviation of the trachea. All right. So that's what you assess the trachea for. Basically, that's it. The deviation of the trachea, nothing else. The carina is the point of bifurcation of the trachea, where the trachea becomes the left and right main bronchus, right? And this carina has to be clear. You can visualize it. It has to be there, all right? And if you can't, suspect pathology like some lymphadenopathy, tumors, all of that can cause an obscured carina. So again, carina is the point of perfect. We can't in this film, right? Yes, you can't. Actually, you can kind of because you can see the bronchus right here. See, this is the right main bronchus, and this is the left main bronchus. So you can actually. I don't know if you guys can see it, to be honest, but like, the point is, if you don't see it, all right, don't just take a risk. Just say there's a pathology, right? And if this came to the for me in the exam, I'll say there's a pathology. It's not clear, Aslan. You have to like outline it to see it. But yeah, basically you can see it. Just so you have the right and the left main bronchus, all right? And you need to keep in mind that the right bronchus is wider and it's shorter and it's less vertical, so that it's not in an angle, right? So if you have okay, let's say this is a trachea, right? This is going to be the left bronchus. Can you see how steep that angle is, right? But the right bronchus is going to be something like this, right? I mean, it's not going to be exactly like this, but something like this, similar to this. So it's wider and it's less vertical. So the angle is not that steep. making it easier for foreign objects to get stuck in the right bronchus rather than the left. Because the wider the bronchus is and the less the angle is, the easier the foreign object to get lodged in it. Does that make sense? It would rather just go in a straight line than go like this, you know? So that's what you need to just keep in mind, that the right bronchus, that foreign objects usually get stuck in the right bronchus, not the left, because it's wider and less vertical. And more vertical, sorry. So the hilar structures, you need to assess three things. How can I delete this stuff? Discard. All right. So, all right, let's get the pen. All right, this is your hilum. This is your right hilum. This is your left hilum. All right. And usually the left hilum is higher than the right hilum. And if that's not the case, you need to suspect pathology. All right. In this case, you can see that the right hilum is actually higher than the left hilum, which is the opposite. Suspect pathology. Something wrong is going on in the mediastinum causing this. All right. And in this case, it's obvious it's a tension pneumothorax. But in some cases, it could be a tumor. It could be hilar lymphadenopathy that could be seen in sarcoidosis. Whatever it is, suspect something going wrong in the mediastinum if the left is not higher than the right. Also, you need to assess for size, because both hilars need to have the same size. Right? They are symmetrical, and any asymmetry is indicative of pathology. Again. All right. I think that's it for the airway. Like, there's nothing else you guys need to know here. So in airway, trachea, carina, bronchus, and hilum. All right. If you assess all of those, you can't see any abnormalities, move on. All right. Any questions in the airway? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, cool. Breathing. In the breathing, you assess the lungs and the pleura. All right. You guys know what the pleura is. It's the outer thing that covers the lungs. All right. The lungs, you need to assess for vascular markings. And what are vascular markings? Those are the vascular markings. Wait, can I zoom in? Yeah. Can you guys see those small white thingies? I hope you can see them. Those are the vascular markings of the lung, all right? And the vascular markings of the lung, they don't extend till the periphery normally, right? And if they do, you need to suspect pathology. And if you can't see vascular markings, the first thing that comes to your mind is tension pneumothorax. Number one thing that should come to your mind if you can't see vascular markings is tension pneumothorax. For example, if we go back here, can you guys see how there's nothing here? No vascular markings whatsoever in this area. Why? Because you don't have a lung there. The lung collapsed, so you can't see any vascular markings. Just take a look at this area and take a look at the same exact area, but on this opposite side. There's nothing, right? So if you can't see vascular markings, suspect tension pneumothorax على طول. But if you can see vascular markings going all the way to the periphery, you need to start thinking about other stuff, other systemic diseases like heart failure. You need to start thinking of heart failure, pulmonary edema, pulmonary embolism, right? Stuff like that. So yeah, that's basically it for the vascular markings of the lung, all right? And you need to look for any consolidations. I don't know if you guys saw consolidation before. I think you should, yeah. So let me Google it. This is an example of consolidation. This is called a wedge consolidation, right? And it's seen in lobar pneumonia, right? That's basically what a consolidation is. Now, how can you differentiate? Okay, this is too much. Forget about this, right? Where's another consolidation? This is another consolidation. Can you guys see it? Right here. What is a consolidation? Consolidation is a collection of something, right? It has to be a collection of pus, of fluid, the fluid could be blood, you know? So that's a consolidation. It's a collection of something. And usually consolidation is highly indicative of pneumonia because it indicates collection of pus in that area, right? And when you have collection of pus, obviously there's infection, so you need to treat it. Back to the PowerPoint. Yeah, right here. Cool. All right, so we assess the lungs for the vascular markings and the consolidations, right? Alas, we're done with this, done with the lungs. Now we move on to the pleura, right? The pleura in normal people, it's not seen. You can't see anything in the pleura. But if you can see the pleura, you can visualize the pleura, you suspect a specific pathology. Can someone tell me what that pathology is? If you have a thickened pleura, what do you suspect is the pathology? Pleuritis? No. No. It's not pneumothorax either, because in pneumothorax, you'll have a blunted costodiaphragmatic angle. So this angle, you're not gonna see it, and this is indicative of fluids being there, not fibrosis either. No. So what happens is the pleura is made up of epithelial cells, and those epithelial cells have the potential of developing cancer, and it's called mesothelioma, right? And for your information, Yani, I don't know if you guys need to remember this or not, but mesothelioma has one of the worst prognoses of all time. Like, they don't even have a 1 year prognosis. It's all 6 months prognosis, and 100% of them die by 1 year. So yeah, if you can see the pleura, this is highly suggestive of mesothelioma, which is cancer of the epithelial cells of the pleura. That's it. All right. You probably don't need to know this. I was just whatever. Come on. So you suspect. So خلاص, you inspected the lungs. You inspected the pleura. We move on, right? All right. Now the cardiac. Okay. So the heart. You need to assess two things in the heart. You need to assess the size of the heart, and you need to assess the borders and the lines of the heart. How do you assess the heart size? We have something called the. Can you give us? Wait. Can you give us 30 minutes heads up before we finish? Hold on, please. Got it. That was a direct message. Anyways, you assess the heart size by measuring the cardiothoracic ratio. All right, and the cardiothoracic ratio is half of the diaphragm. Not really. No, not half of the diaphragm, to be honest, because the diaphragm is too big, right? You're not measuring the diaphragm, you're measuring the mediastinum. So can you see the orange line? That's the mediastinum. That's the widest 2 points of the mediastinum. That's what you're measuring, right? And it's the ratio of the mediastinal width to the heart's width, right? So you take this to this, and it has to be 1 to 2 or 50% or 0.5 or whatever, right? It has to be half or less. If it's more, this is diagnostic for cardiomegaly, but you need to make sure that this is a PA view with a good inspiration before you do this, right? So cardiomegaly is a cardiothoracic ratio more than 0.5 on a PA view. This is cardiomegaly. This is a diagnosis of cardiomegaly. A cardiothoracic ratio more than 0.5 on a PA view, all right? So that's the heart size. This is how you assess the heart size. And now let's move on to the borders and the line. Just know that the right border of the heart on an X-ray is the right atrium, and the left border of the heart on an X-ray is the left ventricle, right? So right atrium, left ventricle. Those are the two borders that you're actually concerned with right now. And there's one line you guys need to like keep in mind, one line, which is the para-aortic line. This is the para-aortic line. Usually it's a straight line, like you can see right here, right? But if it's not a straight line, you can suspect aneurysm. It's highly suggestive of a thoracic aortic aneurysm, all right? Actually, the doctor gave us a picture. I don't know if it's here. Yes, this picture. This is the para-aortic line, all right? If you can see that this line is protruding outside, like this, like the line that the doctor drew, this is highly indicative of thoracic aortic aneurysm, all right? So again, in the heart, you assess the size using the cardiothoracic ratio, which is 0.5 on a PA view. Remember that, it's high. It's very important to remember that it's on a PA view. The borders, you need to remember that the right border is the right atrium, and the left border is the left ventricle. And the line, the most important line that you need to remember is the para-aortic line. If it's not straight, highly suggestive of a thoracic aortic aneurysm, right? Any questions in the ABCs before moving to the diaphragm and everything else? Perfect. Like, so in the diaphragm, you need to assess the size of the hemidiaphragms, and you need to assess the Costophonic angle, right? So the right hemidiaphragm is higher than the left hemidiaphragm for obvious reasons, which is the liver, right? Your liver is on the right, it's sitting right behind the diaphragm. And if it's sitting right under the diaphragm, it will raise it up. So your right hemidiaphragm is higher than your left hemidiaphragm. This is in normal people, right? You need to assess the Costophonic angle for if it's blunted or not. Because if it's blunted, you have effusion. This could be hemothorax, it could be chylothorax, could be a lot of stuff, right? Just know that there's fluids in this area, right? The Costophonic angle has to be sharp and it has to be well demarcated, like you can see right here, right? So well demarcated angle. It can't be blunted at all. Okay. Can someone tell me? Okay, yeah, I can draw it, right? How do I draw? Yeah, I forgot. Okay, pen, cool. This is your Costophonic angle, right? It has to be blunt, and it's on both sides. So it's here, and it's this one too. Can you see how sharp it is? It has to be this sharp. If it's not, if it's blunted, if you can see fluid right here, know that there are signs. This is a sign of pleural effusion. There's water in the pleura. And yeah. Can someone tell me what's the pathology in this picture? There's something wrong here. No way? Diaphragmatic herniation? No. There's something on the left. Maybe. Is there something on the right? Can you guys see something on the right side of this X-ray? Too white? No. All right. Take a look at this. What is this? This is air under the diaphragm. You're not supposed to see air under the diaphragm at all, right? The liver is attached to the diaphragm. It's stuck to it, all right? Is this an AP view? It is an AP view, yes, you're right. This is an AP view. The pathology here is Pneumo Peritoneum. You have air under the diaphragm, which is not supposed to happen. And this is highly indicative of GI perforation. You have perforated bowel, and the bowel that's perforated is leaking air into the peritoneum. So you have air under the diaphragm, which is not normal. You're not supposed to have air under the diaphragm. Also, the vascular markings extended all the way. No, they're not. Wait. Well, at least I don't think so. Yeah, you can't see them here. See the periphery? You can't see the vascular markings. You can see them here, right here. You can see them, white, but you can't see them down. Yeah, I agree with you. You can see them down because down due to the gravity, the blood. You guys get it? Gravity is just it pulls the blood down. That's basically it, yeah. But like what I meant is that on the periphery up here, you can't see them. Right. So I also, as I told you guys, I wrote, there are a lot of notes written in the notes section. Again, I'm going to send you all those. You just take a look at them. Right. Again, Pneumo Peritoneum. Right. And this is an emergency, by the way. This is an emergency case, and you need to do a laparotomy to treat the patient. All right. So as I said, this is Pneumo Peritoneum. Indicative of a bowel perforation, and usually it's perforated due to, you can say, trauma, but most commonly, what is the gastric bubble? The gastric bubble is the bubble inside of the stomach, right? And the stomach is on the left side. Wait, let me give you, can you see this one? Wait, pen, can you see the gastric bubble here? This is the gastric bubble. Yeah, it could be bubbles, by the way. It doesn't have to be one bubble. It could be bubbles, multiple bubbles. And basically that's the gastric bubble. And here you can see the gastric bubble right here. It's too big, but it's okay. But there is air under the diaphragm here too. Again, Pneumo Peritoneum, suspect perforation, and the most common cause of perforation is ulcers, actually. So duodenal ulcers and yeah, gastric ulcers. All right, done with the diaphragm. We can move on to everything else. All right, everything else includes the aortic knuckle, the bones, the soft tissue, and tubes, valves, and pacemakers. All right. The aortic knuckle is this thing right here. This thing. This is the aortic knuckle. All right. And if the aortic knuckle is bigger than usual, all right, or is like seen on the left lateral edge of the aorta, and if it's bigger than usual, suspect an aortic aneurysm. All right. Usually, that's why it's called a knuckle, because it's slightly extending out. All right, but it's not too big. When it's too big, you then suspect an aneurysm. All right. Bones, you will assess the ribs for any abnormalities, right? And usually assessing the ribs here, you look for two things. You're going to look for fractures, so rib fractures, but rib fractures on X-rays are not usually the best modality to detect fractures in the ribs. Actually, CT is better, but we usually use a chest X-ray to assess bones for lytic lesions. What's a lytic lesion? A lytic lesion is that it's literally the bone is eaten out. Something is eating up the bones. And if you guys take a look here, right here, you can see that the bone is being eaten, right? You can't, wait, where's the zoom thing? All right, right here. Can you guys take a look at this? The bone is literally eaten out. It doesn't exist anymore. It's just a small string of bones right there. I hope you guys can see it, Wait, let me outline it, maybe you'll see it better. You can see the bone here, see how small it is, and then it becomes bigger again. See how small it is, then it becomes bigger again. This is lytic lesion of the bones. And what can cause lytic lesion of the bones? Multiple myeloma, which is a type of blood cancer. Multiple myeloma can cause it. Other tumors can cause it. Yeah, basically tumors is the main cause of lytic bone lesions. All right. Soft tissue, a coin lesion, like, when you have tumors in the lung, you will see a mass. And do you guys know what a coin lesion looked like? Let me just Google it. Coin lesion chest X-ray. This is a coin lesion. And a coin lesion is indicative of benign tumors of the lung, right? So this is just one thing you can assess in the lung parenchyma. Yeah, for any abnormalities, all right? And then you have tubes, valves, and pacemakers. Basically, it just tells you more about the history of the patient. It doesn't really cause any diagnostic. It doesn't have really any diagnostic value. So like if you have an X-ray and you see a bright circles right here, all right? For example, this is indicative of sternal sutures, and sternal sutures, you need sternal sutures when you break the sternum. And when do you break the sternum? You break the sternum in open heart surgery, all right? So it tells you more about the history of the patient more than actually any diagnosis, it doesn't really serve any diagnostic value. All right, we're done with the ABCDEs. Do you guys have any questions regarding the ABCDEs or right? All right, Amar, no questions from Amar side. No questions. Cool. All right, we can move on then. What's next? Oh, our first pathology. Cool. Like guys, yalla. Someone please volunteer. Or, don't volunteer. If you want to unmute. If you want to just write in the text, just go ahead in the chat. Go ahead and tell me what's wrong here. There's an aneurysm? No, there's no aneurysm. The aortic knuckle is normal in size. When I say an abnormal aortic knuckle, I mean something this big. Wait, let me actually draw it for you guys. See, this is a normal aortic knuckle. It's just protruding outside of the aortic line, right? But an abnormal aortic, oh my God. Well, now you guys know. Right. Pen. When I say an abnormal aortic knuckle, I mean something this big, right? I don't mean this. This is normal. Let's check the chat. Yes, it's a collapsed lung. Taif, I know you saw the line, right? Right. There you go, guys. This is a collapsed lung, and there's the line. Is there deviation? There's slight deviation. Yes, there is slight deviation to the left. That's true, right? You can see that the aorta is kind of curving to the left side, right? Which is not normal, by the way. Okay, so as I said, it's normally deviated a little bit to the right, right? This is normal. But when it's a little bit deviated to the left, that's abnormal. Okay, this is pathological. And as you guys can see from the pink line, this is a jet black lung. Can you guys see without the line? Can you guys see the pleural lining? I hope it's clear. Perfect. That's it. You know, this is khalas. You see this. This is a tension pneumothorax, and you need to insert a tube. That's it. Khalas. All right. And this is an emergency, by the way. This is emergency. And in the, as I mentioned before, in the text section right here, I gave you guys some causes of the pneumothorax and signs and symptoms. So if they in the exam, if they gave you a clinical scenario, you at least know what's going on. You know. All right, so no vessels on the periphery on the right side. Yes, Aya, perfect. Decreased vascular markings is diagnostic for pneumothorax. Jet black lung, yes, exactly. Are they going to ask you about pathology? Probably. I mean, this lecture is full of pathology, so I'm pretty sure they will, yes. Is that the shadow of the scapula? Is that the shadow of the scapula? Yes, it is. This is an AP view. Perfect. This is an AP view X-ray. And by the way, patients with pneumothorax, they don't usually just walk into the ER. They're usually collapsed, and that's why you will probably see a lot of AP views with pneumothorax, because they're laying on the X-ray machine. They can't stand up. And as I mentioned before, to get a PA view, you have to stand up. All right. Can you point out the scapula, please? Yes, I can. Wait. There you go. Can you see it now? Perfect. Okay. So pathological features that you're going to see here, you'll have a sharp and well demarcated pleural edge, which is this pink thing. I guess you guys saw it. So this is the pleural edge. I hope you guys can see clearly. I hope they give you something this clear in the exam, to be honest, because yeah. So you'll have a sharp and well demarcated pleural edge, and you will have no vascular markings past this edge. So past this line, you will see absolutely zero vascular markings. And this is diagnostic for pneumothorax, all right? And obviously the jet black lung. By the way, a jet black lung is another definition of absent vascular marking, because if you have vascular markings, it's no longer jet black. You get me? Look at this. Look at this part of the lungs. You can see the vascular markings. But yeah, I hope pneumothorax was clear. Do you guys have any questions regarding the pneumothorax? Okay, perfect. Just keep in mind, when someone is coming to you with pneumothorax, patient is going to have dyspnea. So dyspnea is inability to breathe. Patient is going to have a pleuritic chest pain. What's a pleuritic chest pain? Is chest pain on inspiration. So patient is going to take a deep breath, and they're going to feel a sharp pain, and it's going to be unilateral usually, right? And those patients could be thin-built patients, so like they're just really thin. All right, they could be patients of trauma, so like traumatic injuries, blunt traumas can cause pneumothorax, and patients with diseases like cystic fibrosis, for example. All right, so all of this, by the way, is mentioned in the notes section if you guys want to go through it again. But like, yeah, those are just some signs and symptoms and causes of pneumothorax. Moving on. Why is it not moving on? Can you move on, bro? All right. Nice. Okay, guys, the chat is open. Tell me what's going on here. Fluid. Yes. Yes. There's fluid. Pleural effusion, exactly. This is pleural effusion. And why is this pleural effusion? Can someone tell me why? What's your reason to say this is pleural effusion? The angle, yes, exactly. Your Costophonic angle is blunted here. So if you guys take, wait, come on. Yes. Look at this angle. See how sharp it is? This is a sharp Costophonic angle. But where is the Costophonic angle here? Can someone point it out to me? You can't. Why? Because it's filled with something, and that something is fluid, right? This could be hemothorax, by the way. It doesn't have to be like, it could be hemothorax, could be a chylothorax, could be a lot of things. The point is, you have fluid there. Fluid alone is not indicative of pleural effusion, right? I don't understand the question. Because pleural effusion is the presence of fluid. That's the definition of effusion. It's the presence of fluid. So you have to have fluid to have pleural effusion. How to differentiate between effusion or hemothorax? You can't. It's not possible, because at the end of the day, they are both fluids. So it can be indicative of other diseases too. Yes. I mean, what can cause effusion? Effusion can be caused by a lot of things. It could be caused by pneumonia. Pneumonia can cause effusion. Heart failure can cause effusion. Tumors can cause effusion. And how do we know the cause of the effusion? We aspirate this effusion. We take a little bit of this effusion and we analyze it in the lab, right? You have exudative and you have exudate and transudate, right? If it's transudate, it will be low in protein, low in WBCs and stuff like that. But if it's an exudate, it indicates an inflammatory process. So you'll have cancer, it's infections, stuff like that will cause an exudate. So effusion can be caused by a lot of stuff. Is not this heart very big? Why is it big? Why do you think this? Why do you think this is a big heart? Could be, but there's another reason. Not the fluids. No, nothing is deviated. It's not heart failure either. No, nope. Guys, take a look at this. What is this? This is an AP view. This is the scapula, right? If this is the scapula, then this is an AP view, which will cause pseudo enlargement of the heart. Remember? Keep that in mind. All right. So an AP view will give you a pseudo enlarged heart. That's why when you measure the heart size, it has to be 0.5 or less on a PA view. Remember, I stressed on this part. It has to be a PA view. All right. That's why the heart is big here. So this is pleural effusion. Good job, guys. It's a blunted Costophonic angle, which is indicative of pleural effusion. Perfect. Wait, do I have stuff written here? I think I do. Okay, I don't have a lot of stuff written down, but like, you get the point. So yeah, so this is pleural effusion, and it's, you can see, can you see, guys, can you guys see this kind of curved line? Can you see this arch? This is called the meniscus sign, all right? And the meniscus sign is pathognomic for pleural effusion. Like if you see the meniscus sign, that's it, khalas. This is pleural effusion, all right? And you can see it again here. See the meniscus sign? Pleural effusion, all right? Is the aortic knuckle visible? See, at this point, you don't really care about the aortic knuckle too much, because the pleural effusion is probably due to heart failure in this case. Let me tell you why it's due to heart failure, because this heart is big and this is a PA view, right? And not only that, can you see how much, can you see the vascular markings in the periphery? This is indicative of heart failure, all right? So this patient is in heart failure and he has an exacerbation of his heart failure leading to pleural effusion and pulmonary edema. That's why you can see the vasculature. This is pulmonary edema. Patient is in pulmonary edema with pleural effusion and heart failure. I have a student, pleural effusion can happen on one side, right? So in this picture, is it on the right side? Yes, it's on the right side. It can happen unilaterally or bilaterally. All right. No problem. So guys, when you see an X-ray, don't dwell on the details, right? Just go to the main pathology, the thing that you can obviously see. And in this case, you can see the pleural effusion, right? I can point at least 4 other pathologies in this X-ray, but they're all right now, they're just not really important, you know? So this patient has pleural effusion, then this patient has pulmonary edema, this patient has cardiomegaly, which is indicative of heart failure. You can't see the carina, can you? So this is indicative of another pathology that's going on, which I honestly don't know what's going on. So there's a lot of pathologies going on here, but you need to focus on the most obvious one, because I'm sure in the exam, they're not going to get you just something with pleural effusion and that's it. All right. So yeah, just keep that in mind. And see how much does the AP versus PA view differ? Because in this case, it's an enlarged heart and it's cardiomegaly, because it's a PA view. So please make sure that you go through the RIPE before you go through the ABCDEs, all right? Because it's important. Any questions about pleural effusion? Great. All right, so the doctor here switched suddenly to fluoroscopic imaging, all right? So basically in a plain X-ray, but you add contrast material, right? And in the GI, we usually use barium. This is the most commonly used contrast material in fluoroscopic imaging, all right? Because you can't really visualize the GI tract on X-ray, can you? You can't really. So what you do is you add contrast material to outline the GI tract so you can actually see it, right? And when you add air to the barium swallow or to the barium enema, you get a double contrast. And I'm going to show you guys this in a bit. Why doesn't it move? All right. So a barium enema is when you insert the barium through the rectum, all right? This is an enema. But a barium swallow is when you drink the barium. That's it. That's the difference, yeah. So you guys can see this is a barium enema because you can see the rectum, all right? And this is a single contrast. So only barium is given. That's it, nothing else, all right? But if you give air with the barium, you end up with something called a double contrast, which is this one, right? So the air will separate the lining, the mucosal lining, from the lumen. So the barium is going to be in the middle, is going to be surrounded by the air, which gives you even better contrast. All right. So that's the difference between single and double contrast. A single contrast has only barium, but a double contrast has barium plus air. Right. This just tells you that the positioning of the patient is important. You might need to reposition the patient more than once, because let's say if this patient is lying on his left or her left side, the barium enema could all just be in the this would be the splenic flexure, all right? So if this patient is laying on the left, it's going to be all in the splenic flexure. So you might ask the patient to move a little bit, just shake it up a little bit. And when they do that, you can see that the barium is starting to move throughout the GI tract, all right? Yeah. All right. So this is a case of diverticulitis, and diverticulitis is usually seen in old people, all right? And it's basically just outpouching of the GI tract. So the GI tract will just outpouch of the normal lining, and this could lead to diverticulosis, right? Wait. So you have diverticulosis can lead to diverticulitis. So what's diverticulitis? Diverticulitis is inflammation of the diverticula. Does that make sense? You have diverticuli. If they get inflamed, you now have diverticulosis. All right. You can diagnose it using, as you can see here, barium enema. All right. And they're just outpouchings of the GI tract. Now, this is one of the most pathognomic features of anything, really, like this is very specific to colon cancer, and it's called the apple core lesion. All right. So what happens is you will give this patient contrast enema, right? And what will happen is there will be a filling defect where like the enema won't fill this area. Why wouldn't it fill this area? Because it's occupied by something else. And what's this something else? This something else is the cancer. It's the colon cancer. So normally, wait, where's the pen? Right there. So normally it's going to be something like this, right? It's going to be something like this. But the barium is going to fail to fill this area because this area is already filled with something else, which is the cancer. So it can't really fill it because it's now part of the GI tract. You guys get it? That's why you get this apple core lesion. And it's also called a filling defect, and it's very pathognomic for colon cancer. When you guys suspect colon cancer, you suspect colon cancer in patients who are more than 50 and patients who are male with iron deficiency, right? It's something that Dr. Raihan told me before. No male is iron deficient. Keep that in mind. So if you have a male with iron deficiency, suspect colon cancer. If you have someone who's older than 50 with iron deficiency, abdominal pain, blood in the stool, change in the size of the stool, suspect colon cancer. You mean the lumen is filled with the tumor? Yes. The lumen, which is supposed to be this part, this part is supposed to be the lumen, by the way, you know, but it's not the lumen at this point because now it's the tumor. The tumor is occupying the lumen now. That's why the barium only flows here. Yep. All right. So we cannot see the tumor here. No, you can't see the tumor. You can't. But you can see the lumen. And if the lumen is narrowed, it's narrowed because of something. And nothing will cause a small lumen except cancer. All right. All right. So moving again, another apple core lesion. This is the best apple core lesion I've ever seen, to be honest. 100% colon cancer. All right. Again, apple core lesion. Yes. All right. This slide was there. I honestly don't know what does he want from you guys to know, but you need to know what Crohn's disease is. Crohn's disease is inflammation of the mucosal lining of the GI tract, right? And when you have inflammation, Crohn's disease causes actually ulceration, not only inflammation, it causes ulceration of the GI tract. And when it does that, it leaves gaps in the mucosal lining where it leaves gaps in the mucosal lining where the contrast can fill. Right? What's the difference between this and diverticuli? Diverticuli, like you're asking. Diverticuli will be like more of like dome shaped. This will be a diverticuli. But when you see it this small and this thin, you start thinking of an inflammatory process that causes ulceration. Yeah, exactly. It will be hazy. Exactly. And when you see Crohn's disease in the colon, know that this is advanced Crohn's disease because Crohn's disease usually starts in the terminal ileum, right before the colon. So when you observe Crohn's disease inside the colon, just know that this is advanced form of Crohn's disease. All right. There's nothing really much about it. He didn't even explain it a lot, so I don't know what he does, what he wants you to know. All right. This is the barium swallow study that I told you about. Basically, you just ingest barium and they take pictures. This is can someone tell me what this is? What's this thing? Yeah. Yes, it's the esophagus. So this is the esophagus, exactly. And this is a normal looking esophagus. There are no pathology here, all right? All those I don't know what's the plural of esophagus, to be honest, but like esophaguses are normal. They are normal, all right? There's nothing really to see here. It's just a normal one. Now let's move on to pathology, all right? You guys can take a look at this. Where's the esophagus here? It's not there, right? Why is it not there? Because strictures developed. And what are strictures? Strictures are fibrosis of a lumen, all right? So you can get strictures anywhere in the GI tract. You can get strictures in the esophagus, you can get strictures in the stomach, you can get strictures in the small intestines, you can get strictures in the colon, you can get it anywhere, all right? So if you have a lumen, it can start fibrosing in the middle. And if it starts fibrosing in the middle, it will close up eventually, all right? And that's a stricture basically. And why do you develop a stricture? Due to chronic inflammatory process. Chronic inflammatory conditions can cause strictures. What's one inflammatory conditions that we discussed that can cause strictures? We discussed something, didn't we? Nobody? Inflammatory condition. Okay, cancer is an inflammatory condition. Exactly, it's Crohn's. Crohn's is an inflammatory condition. It's a chronic inflammatory condition that affects the mucosal lining of the GI tract. And one of the main complications of Crohn's is strictures, all right? Keep that in mind. But Crohn's is not going to cause strictures in the esophagus, all right? Thank you, Sama. It's not going to cause strictures in the esophagus, no. What can cause strictures in the esophagus? Basically, ingestion of acid, that's it. Like ingestion of substances that can cause inflammation of the esophageal lining. So okay, yes, the lower esophageal sphincter, yes. If you have GERD, if you have reflux of the acids from the stomach into the esophagus, eventually you can develop strictures. Exactly, yes, perfect. But also, yeah, Barrett esophagus, yeah, basically it's the same thing. So basically, in suicide cases, what is a stricture? Okay, again, if you have a hollow tube, all right, like the esophagus, it's hollow, like there's a lumen, right? If there's an inflammatory process, the inflammatory process can trigger and activate fibroblasts, leading to fibrosis of this lumen. And eventually there will be a lot of fibrosis that the lumen will close. It will just shut down. That's it, right? So that's a stricture. A stricture is fibrosis of a lumen and closure of that lumen due to a chronic inflammatory process, right? In the GI tract, chronic inflammatory process could be something like Crohn's disease, like ulcerative colitis, stuff like that. In the esophagus, you have the GERD, or like gastroesophageal reflux disease, and Barrett's esophagus. Also, you guys need to keep something in mind. Ingestion of acid. Who would ingest acid? Who wants to ingest acid? Can someone tell me? Exactly, suicide. People who are suicidal will ingest acid, and that can lead to stricture formation. And children, yes, yes, children can ingest acid or something called bly. I don't know if you guys know about it, but the point is they can ingest substances that can cause inflammatory process in the esophagus, and if they do, and they don't get treated for it, they can develop stricture. Okay. So again, strictures is fibrosis of a lumen leading to its closure due to chronic inflammatory process, all right? And how do we detect this? We detect this using a barium swallow, if it's in the esophagus, or barium enema, if it's in the colon, all right? I hope that was clear. You guys have any questions about the esophageal strictures, Crohn's, colon cancer? All right. If you do, just type it in the chat, I'll answer. All right, cool. Again, another picture. This is a normal esophagus. There's nothing wrong with it, all right? And this is a stricture right here, right here. This is a stricture. You can't see the esophagus, all right? And by the way, you can see here signs of mild stricturing. It's not a total stricture yet because it's not occluded yet. You can see that the light is passing through it. Point is, this is a person who ingested acid actually, right? All right. Another function of the fluoroscopic imaging is the hysterosalpingography, right? So when a female comes to you and she's complaining of, example, infertility, the first thing you want to assess is the anatomical features of her reproductive system, right? You need to make sure that her reproductive system anatomically is functioning and there's no abnormalities. What could be abnormal in the female reproductive system? Something like tumors. You can have fibroids in the uterus. You can have tumors in the fallopian tube. You can have strictures in the fallopian tube. We said exactly fibrosis. Exactly, Sama. You can have fibrosis of the tube. Any hollow organ can have fibrosis. Congenital abnormalities. Perfect. Yes. You can have absence of fallopian tubes. Does anyone here know in what congenital condition can you see absence of fallopian tubes? No? Can actually see, it can be seen with cystic fibrosis. So cystic fibrosis is it's a congenital disease and can present with absence of the fallopian tubes. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Congenital diseases can cause that too. So you need to evaluate the anatomical features of the female genital tract, and that's how you do it. All right. So through the vagina, we inject dye. I'm not sure which type of dye we use here. I'll just go ahead and say barium 2, but I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. But we do inject dye. All right. And as you can see right here, this is the tube that we insert, all right, that has the dye. And then you can see here, this is the uterus, all right here. This is the uterus, and those are the fallopian tubes. Can you guys see them? I hope you can see them. These are the fallopian tubes, all right? And at the end of the fallopian tubes, you should have the ovaries, but the ovaries will not take up the dye because they are not hollow, all right? They are just, they won't take up the dye. The dye, though, will spread here. Do you guys know why the dye is spreading all over the place? It's just going all over. Do you guys know why? All right. So the dye is spreading all inside the peritoneal cavity. Exactly, Lynn. It's an open-ended tube. The tube is not attached to the ovaries. Right? Like at the end of the fallopian tube, you don't have the ovaries. No, you have space. And this space opens up to the peritoneum. That's why the dye is spreading inside the peritoneum. And by the way, this is not dangerous. It's okay. All right. Yeah. So that's basically it. You use it to assess the female genital tract. All right. So as you can see here, those are normal fallopian tubes, not blocked. Right. And then you can see here a blocked fallopian tube. You can see that the dye is not reaching distant areas. Can you guys see it? How can we tell where the tubes end? How can you tell? All right, cool. That's a good question. It doesn't matter where do they end. It matters that you can see the dye spreading in the peritoneum. Because the second you can see the dye spreading in the peritoneum, you know that the fallopian tubes are open. You get me? Because the size of the fallopian tubes varies. You know, there's not a set measurement. But once you see the dye spreading in the peritoneum, that's it. The fallopian tubes are open, and that's what you need to know. Perfect. Cool. All right. So you guys you can see the blocked fallopian tube, right? You can see the lack of circulating dye in the peritoneum. So this is indicative of a blockage in the fallopian tube. That's it, really. All right. Now, wait. All right. I don't really know what he wants you guys to know in this image, right? But obviously, you can see that there's a fracture. All right. And since this is the tibia, then this is the medial malleolus. And you can see that there is fracture of the medial malleolus. You need to remember that the tibia is medial and the fibula is lateral, right? So this is the tibia, which is the thicker bone, and this is the medial malleolus, and this is the fibula, and this is the lateral malleolus. But the lateral malleolus is actually intact. What's fractured is actually the fibula. You can see. Can you guys see this? So you have fracture of the fibula, and you have fracture of the medial malleolus. And the medial malleolus is part of the tibia, by the way. All right, so you need to remember this. You have the tibia medially and the fibula laterally. The medial malleolus belongs to the tibia. The lateral malleolus belongs to the fibula. All right. I don't really know what he wants you to know here exactly, but so the tibia is damaged. Yes, the tibia is damaged. What part of the tibia is damaged? It's the medial malleolus. The medial malleolus of the tibia is damaged. All right. And the shaft of the fibula is damaged. Not the lateral malleolus. The lateral malleolus is perfect. Nothing is going on with the lateral malleolus, but the shaft of the fibula is fractured. All right. Now, guys, I don't know if this is I don't know if he needs you to know this or not, but the space in this joint is big. All right, this is too big for space, for an intra-articular space. All right, and a big space between the joints is equal to ligamentous tear. There's ligament damage in this area because the space is big. All right, I don't know if this is, I don't know, important to you or not. I just thought I'd say it. If you have a large area between the joints, suspect ligament tear. All right. Yeah, this is the boxer's fracture, all right? And it usually happens when an unprofessional or unexperienced person hits an object with a closed fist, all right? So you just have a closed fist and you hit something and you're unexperienced, you can potentially fracture your fifth metacarpal near the metacarpopharyngeal joint. So the fracture won't be here, all right? The fracture is going to be here. It's near the metacarpopharyngeal joint, right? This is the boxer's fracture. Again, a boxer's fracture is a fracture of the fifth metacarpal bone near the metacarpopharyngeal joint, all right? Do you guys have any questions from anything before this? All right. Cool. Cool. All right. Can move on to another fracture. He didn't even speak about this, to be honest. He just put the picture there and he was like, look, another fracture. So like, I guess, yeah. All right, so in this picture, you can see that there's something wrong with the bone, right? What's wrong with the bone? Can someone just type it out? What's wrong? What can you see? Yes, yes. This is a lytic bone lesion. Remember the lytic bone lesions we talked about at the beginning of the lecture? The bone is being eaten out. It's actually less dense, yeah, Bushra. If you take a look here, the blacker it is, the less dense it is, all right? You get me? Because bones is usually white, and when they're white, they have good density. If they lose density, they start becoming blacker, you get me? So the bones here are being eaten out. And what causes something like this? Cancer. Usually it's cancer. And in this case, it's metastatic bone cancer. So there's metastasis to the bone. We see it only on flat bones. Not necessarily, no. You can see it anywhere, really. It depends where it spreads. Because, for example, prostate cancer has an affinity to spread to the vertebra, right? So you can see it in the vertebra. You can see it in the sacral, in the iliac bones. You can see it in the skull. You can see it anywhere, really. You can see it in the ribs. I showed you pictures of the ribs. You get me? So it doesn't really have anything with the type of bones. It can spread to any type of bone. And in this case, it's a metastatic bone cancer. All right. Can someone tell me what this is? Metal. Yes, it's a shield, right? This is what we're going to talk about. This is a lead shield, exactly, and it's used to shield the male or female genital tracts or reproductive organs like the testes and the ovaries. I hope this was clear. Yes, exactly. It is genital organ protection. All right. So here we're gonna. All right. So normally in the colon you can see bubbles, all right, and those bubbles are normal. You can see them normally in any patient, right? Once you stop seeing those bubbles and instead you see small dots, small speculations instead of bubbles in place of the colon, you suspect what? What do you suspect? No bubbles, but you can see speculations like small dots everywhere. What is this? Isn't it stool? Yes, exactly. It is stool. It's actually hard stool. This patient is constipated. So basically, if you can't see bubbles perfectly, yes, this is constipation. So if you can't see bubbles in the colon, but you can see speculations instead, suspect constipation. Simple, really. All right. By the way, you can see on the other side of the colon, you can see Yeah, exactly. See, that's the point. When you're too constipated to the point where you need an X-ray, you will see that it's not only constipation. No, it's actually blocked. It's so bad that the stool is stuck here. You get me? So you still have bubbles here, but the stool is stuck. Get it? Is it clear, guys? Cool. All right. Bowel obstruction. Bowel obstruction is an emergency condition, all right? And it needs immediate intervention. And how can you diagnose bowel obstruction? By a simple X-ray showing air fluid levels. And what are air fluid levels? This is an air fluid level. Can you guys see this? This is an air fluid level. And what happens is you have an obstruction somewhere, all right? You have an obstruction somewhere. And proximal to that obstruction, you're gonna have air. That's it, all right? So this is pathognomic for obstruction. There is nothing else that will cause what you guys see right now except obstruction, all right? And the most common cause of obstruction are adhesions. And how do you get adhesions? You get adhesions from bowel surgeries. So if you underwent, resection of a part of your bowel due to cancer, for example, 10 years later or 20 years later, you can present to the ER with obstruction. Why? Because you underwent the surgery 10 years ago, which led to adhesions. Adhesions are basically fibrosis. That's it. All right. So that's the most common cause of bowel obstruction, and it usually presents in older patients. So in old patients with a prior history of bowel surgeries. All right. What else can you see in bowel obstruction? So your number one sign, the sign that you cannot, like, it can't be anything else, is the air fluid level. That's it. All right. Other signs would be distended bowel loops. Can you see how big those loops are? By the way, this is not the colon. Those are the small intestines. This is not the colon. All right. So this is too big for the small intestines. So this is dilated bowel loops, which is another sign of obstruction. And guys, keep in mind when you want to detect air fluid levels, the patient has to be upright. The patient has to be standing, all right, so that the air can go up. All right. I hope that was clear. So that's bowel obstruction. You guys have any questions regarding bowel obstructions? Okay. Again, another picture showing you clear air fluid levels. Right here, right here, right here, and right here, even right here, right? So yeah. And on the right side, more air fluid levels right here. I hope this was clear, guys. By the way, I can assure you, you will get bowel obstruction in your exam. It comes every single year. Like, anyways. I guess here the doctor is just showing you the para-aortic line again. I don't know what's the purpose of that. This is the gastric bubble again. Again, I don't know what's the purpose of that. I already explained it. All right, so here is it's a better picture of Pneumo Peritoneum. All right, you can see that this is the diaphragm and you can see air under the diaphragm. And this is a Pneumo Peritoneum, which is indicative of what? Pneumo Peritoneum is indicative of what? Yep, it's indicative of perforation, of bowel perforation. And the most common cause of bowel perforation is ulcers, either gastric or duodenal. All right. Yep, ulcers, perfect. I'm done with the lecture. Now let me give you 3 cases that I prepared. All right, so a 36-year-old male presents to the GI clinic with dysphagia. You guys know what dysphagia is? Okay, so dysphagia is the inability to swallow, right? To liquids and solids, both liquids and solid, exactly. So patient complains that he feels the food stuck at the level of his neck. He was fired from his job 3 months ago. He lives alone, and mother and father were deceased after a car accident 5 months ago. Temperature is 36.3, heart rate is 80 beats per minute. Neurological and chest exams are normal. What is the appropriate radiological examination that you would order for this patient? Barium what? Yes, you'll order barium swallow. You're not barium enema, barium swallow. Yes. When you say barium, don't say barium and stop. No, you have to say barium enema or barium swallow. All right, makes a big difference for obvious reasons. What do you guys suspect we'll see on the barium swallow study? Yes, you'll see structures. Why? Because this patient has history of troubled life. Mother and father died, fired from his job, he lives alone. So there's high suspicion of suicide. Yes, this patient ingested acid. All right. So yeah, that's the first case. Good job, guys. Moving on to the second case, you have a 68-year-old female presents to the ER with abdominal pain, distension, and nausea and vomiting. Her temperature is 37.9. This is a little bit febrile. Her heart rate is 80 beats per minute. Patient underwent multiple GI operations 10 years ago due to diverticulitis. The surgeries were followed by no significant complications. What is the appropriate radiological examination you will order for this patient? Barium enema. Yes, perfect. Perfect, guys. Great. Good job. What do you suspect this patient has? Air levels, air fluid levels. Okay, it's not air levels, it's air fluid levels due to obstruction, due to what causes obstruction? Adhesions, yes. So this patient underwent GI operation 10 years ago, all right? So this is automatically predisposes her for adhesions, and adhesions is the most common cause of obstruction. Could it be anything until the X-ray shows up? Could it be something else? Yes, it could be something else. It could be gastritis. It could be enterocolitis. It could be any abdominal infection. You know, any of those causes, because the symptoms are very they're not specific. You have abdominal pain, distension, nausea, vomiting. All those are not specific for a specific disease, right? But when I give you a history of previous GI surgeries, that's when you need to like, oh, okay, this changes everything, because GI surgery predisposes adhesions, which is the most common cause of bowel obstruction. Also, guys, you missed something. This patient's 68 years old, right? So keep that in mind. Old age predisposes you to adhesions too, whether there's a surgery or not. Patient is old, all right? So keep that in mind. And here's the picture. What can you see? Anyone? Yes, you can see this tension. All right. Can you see air fluid levels? Exactly. You can't see air fluid levels. You can't. Why? Because this patient is laying down. This is a supine patient right now. Okay. That's why you can't see air fluid levels. So remember, the most important sign is air fluid levels. But to see air fluid levels, the patient has to be standing. All right. So that the air will go up and you can see the air, right? But in this position, which the patient is supine, the patient is laying down, you won't be able to see the air fluid levels, but you will be able to see the severe dilated bowel. Okay, it's severely dilated, by the way. This is too big for small intestines. Case 3, and the last case, class can just get over. All right, so 18-year-old male presented to the ER with dyspnea, pleuritic chest pain, and hemoptysis. Temperature is 37, heart rate is 80. On physical examination, patient is thin, built, and tall. Hyperresonant percussion and absent lung sounds on the right side. Family history indicates that his uncle died of a lung disease when he was young. What is the appropriate radiological examination? What will you guys order in this case? What X-ray? You have to say chest X-ray. Exactly. You need to say that I'm going to order a chest X-ray for this patient. and you need to order it stat, because this is because you have pleuritic chest pain and you have dyspnea, which are the two most common presenting symptoms of what? What does this patient have? Collapse. Okay, but yes, the lungs are collapsed. That's true, but this patient has pneumothorax. All right. Yes, we don't say collapsed lungs. We say tension pneumothorax or spontaneous pneumothorax or whatever. No, the patient does not have effusion because pleuritic chest pain. See, this is the key here, that the patient has pleuritic chest pain. And effusion, you won't have pleuritic chest pain. You might have chest pain, but it's not pleuritic. What do I mean by pleuritic chest pain? I mean pain on inspiration. So when you take a breath, then you feel the pain, right? And also hemoptysis. Like you probably won't see hemoptysis with pleural effusion unless this patient has cancer, all right? What else? All right, other triggering factor or other triggering words would be thin built. All right, I said thin built patients are predisposed for spontaneous pneumothorax. But what does this have anything to do with family history? Doesn't this occur because of trauma? If you remember correctly, I said cystic fibrosis. Remember cystic fibrosis, Aya? Yes. Cystic fibrosis is a congenital disease and it affects the lungs. It actually affects the lungs, it affects the liver, it affects the GI tract, and it affects the genital tract, the reproductive system of males and females, right? So that's what I mean by lung disease. It's cystic fibrosis. His uncle has cystic fibrosis. And this patient is thin built and has family history of cystic fibrosis. You got me? Also in physical exam, you have a hyper-resonant percussion, which indicates actually air. If it's rock percussion, so like if it's super dull, it's fluid. If it's super resonant, it's air, right? And I mentioned this in the notes section if you guys want to go through it later on, right? So a hyper-resonant percussion is indicative of air, which is other words, yani pneumothorax. Okay, got it, thank you, no problem. It's also genetic. So this is cystic fibrosis. This could be cystic fibrosis due to the family history, but also the patient is thin built. Being thin built only predisposes you to spontaneous pneumothorax. All right. This patient might or might not have cystic fibrosis, but because of the family history, you go ahead and assume that this patient has cystic fibrosis. All right. It's cool. This is the patient X-ray. Can you guys see the pleuritic line? Can you see the pleural lining? Yes, perfect. You can see it. I can see it. Let me just delineate it. No, wait. Right there. This is the pleural lining. All right. We're done with the lecture. خلاص. Cool. All right, we're done with the bulk. Actually, we still have the physics of CT. Do you guys want a break? Then we can continue, or what? All right, cool. So you do want a break. How about a 10-minute break? Yeah. Perfect. Okay.
My name is Harun. Today I'll be talking to you about ultrasounds. Okay. So the way this will work is, if you have any questions, please let me know. I will periodically check the chats. Not used to this chat and then sharing slides at the same time. Okay. So basically, you have two lectures on ultrasound. Okay. The first one is the physics of ultrasound. And the second one is the different findings. So I went over your slides and I did not like them. So I used slides that Maqlad had prepared previously for some other events, and I modified those. I already asked his permission. Thank you, Maqlad. So basically, I'm going to use these slides as as my main resource, okay? But you don't have to memorize these slides, and none of the questions will come from these slides. These are just for your understanding. So the way it'll work is first I'll go over these slides, and then I'll go over the relevant slides of the lectures. And if you have any questions, you can ask anytime you guys want. Cool. So the reason why I'm looking this way is because I have the chat open this way. So please do not mind me steering towards the side. Okay. Right. Let's start. So what is ultrasound? I'm sure you guys are familiar. It is a non-invasive diagnostic imaging modality which uses sound waves, okay? Wait. What is the fancy? Nope, not this. Oh my God, I'm not used to this. Fancy laser, come on. There we go. Okay, great. So it's used for soft tissue viewing. Basically, it's liver and kidneys. So the most important thing in your exam, and the most important use otherwise, the most prevalent use is going to be for looking at the liver and looking at the kidney, okay? And it's really unique in the sense that it gives us real-time view of the organs and vessels. So the idea is that once we're looking at an ultrasound, we're doing it in real life, so we can actually see the organs moving as the person is breathing in and out, how the diaphragm moves, and then the liver is underneath it, so it moves as well. So it's really cool. So we have 3 different types of probes. This one is called the linear probe. It's basically used for looking at superficial objects such as vascular imaging, okay? This one is the transvaginal. You can't even see the whole picture well. And this one is the one that's most used. It's called the convex transducer, and it has a wide footprint, which is basically the most common one. Okay, so how does this work? This is probably the most important concept over here. So this material is known as a piezoelectric material, and the special feature that this has is that if you apply an electric current to it, it causes the thickness of this to move, okay? And vice versa. So if you squeeze this material, it'll cause a voltage current to be generated, okay? So the way it works in ultrasounds is that we said that ultrasounds use sound waves, and the way sound waves are made is basically by vibrations. So what we do is we apply a current, which is constantly alternating, so it's called an AC current, and it keeps on fluctuating, and once it's fluctuating, this keeps on happening, so it keeps on moving up and down. Let me move the video. Okay, so basically we apply a voltage that moves this, and so the electric current is changed into mechanical energy, which is then changed into sound energy. The reason why we call it ultrasound is because the frequency is higher than what normal human beings can hear, which is around 20,000 hertz. Okay, so the piezoelectric effect, getting current from sound wave. Okay, so what's important is that we use both of these simultaneously in the ultrasound. So once we are sending, how is the image produced? Okay, so once we are sending the waves towards the objects, we use the indirect method, indirect effect, which is basically where we are converting the electrical current to mechanical energy and then sound waves, okay? But once the sound waves hits an object and then it returns back, it uses the direct piezoelectric effect. It basically causes this metal to vibrate again, and this vibration results in an electric current, which we interpret as images, okay? So there can be an MCQ of which effect do we use to get the sound wave, and that's going to be the indirect effect. That's why I'm focusing on this, and then if it's like, okay, so what's used to form the image is going to be the direct piezoelectric effect. Make sense? Cool so far? Okay, so the way it works is basically you send off sound waves, it bounces off of objects, and then it's transduced back, and then it uses the detector to detect, okay?
Harun, I think someone asked, can you repeat the same point again?
Okay, sure. Sorry,
can you specify which point in the chat? About? Indirect effect. the point about indirect.
Yeah, so indirect effect is basically you converting electrical energy to mechanical and sound energy, you know? So let's look at it this way. So in this direction, it's going to be indirect, okay? Because we are converting electrical energy that we had the voltage. We're going to convert that voltage into sound, you know? So this is the indirect initially. And then once it hits the object and then it returns back, then it's going to be the direct, because we're converting sound energy or mechanical energy into electrical energy. Make sense? Oh, great.
Yeah, they got it.
Perfect. Okay, so now let's talk about frequency, resolution, penetration. So I'm not sure if how important this is to you, but it's really important for like basic understanding. Okay, this may not be in the lecture. So basically, you have three different parameters. You have frequency, resolution, and penetration. What's frequency? It's the frequency of the sound waves that are used. So you can have really high frequency sounds, or you can have a bit lower frequency sounds. Okay. Now, the thing about frequency is, okay, wait, let's talk about resolution. So resolution is the ability to distinguish 2 points as 2 separate points, or it's the tendency to distinguish, or it's the tendency of how you can distinguish, how much you can distinguish 2 separate points on a at a place. Oh my God, I should not create my own definitions. It's basically how clear you can see something, okay? So the way we say 4K, you know, it's high resolution. So if you have something that has high frequency, you get a better resolution. That means that if you use higher frequencies, you generally get a better image, okay? Then there's penetration. Penetration is how far this wave can travel, okay? So the rule of thumb is that if you have high frequency, then you will have a better resolution and you will have a lower penetration. So, you know, the advantage of using high frequency is that you can see the objects clearer. The problem is you can't see an object that's a bit far away. So you have to use a bit lower frequency. Now, both of these are going to be ultrasounds, you know, but it's just relative, in relative terms. Does that make sense? This point.
They said yes.
Okay. Perfect.
Are you checking the chat?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically for high frequency we use, an example is the thyroid, because it's right next to our skin, so we can use high frequency and then we can get a really clear image. The problem is that if we're looking at something like the liver, and if a person happens to be obese, then you may not be able to use high frequency, so you'll have to go to a lower frequency because it's a bit further away, you know. That's basically the idea. Okay, so how do you see an image? So basically, ultrasounds work on the principle of reflection of sound waves, right? And the way sound waves are reflected is if there is a change in the medium. So for example, if we have a liquid over here and then we have air, it's going to be a change in the densities of the mediums, right? So it's going to reflect off sound waves. And once these sound waves are reflected off, they're detected by the detector again, and then we can see them. So whenever there is a reflection of sound waves, you'll be able to see an image, okay? So if you have air, right? If you have air and then you have liquid over here, since there is a difference in the mediums, you will see a bright image, okay? Since there's no difference in medium over here, there's only a bit of reflection. Let's call this oil or gel, let's call this liquid, you know? So they're both liquids. They're both different mediums, but they have the relative difference in densities is not as much, okay, as compared to like a bone. So you get a white image on a bone, or you get a white image on air. Does that make sense so far? Okay, great. Okay, so this is basically advantage. So what's the advantage? The main advantage is that it does not use ionizing radiation because that can be harmful to the DNA. So we basically use them for children and for pregnant females, okay? It's readily available, so you can use it anywhere you go. It's in most clinics nowadays. It's economical because it's cheap. MRIs are really expensive, and they're relatively available, so you can have them in your room. You don't have to book rooms and stuff. It's real-time imaging, as I told you before, that you can actually see the organs moving. You can actually ask the person to turn around if you're not clear about something. So they turn around and then you can see, oh, okay, so this is a better view, And you can also see stuff like the heart moving and the fetus moving as well, stuff like this. So it's really cool. It's really versatile. You can use it for a lot of different things. So you can use it for the thyroid. You can use it for looking at the fetus. You can look at it for the abdomen and stuff like that. Now, disadvantages is that it requires training, so it's user dependent. It cannot be used for organs with high acoustic frequency. Fancy way of saying that objects which are really dense, you can't see behind them. So the bone, what happens is sound waves will hit the bone and then they'll be reflected off, right? So you can't really see what's behind in the bone. So you want to be able to actually see the structure of the bone itself. The sound wave will just hit off the surface and go back, okay? Potential risk of thermal injury. The only reason I wrote this is because it's in the slides. It's something you just need to memorize this. It's not as accurate, especially if you're looking at deep tissue. Okay. So indications like when do we actually use it? Children, pregnant females, and it can be used in acute settings, right? So if you don't have time to get an X-ray, you don't have time to get an MRI, and you know that you can see this this structure with an ultrasound, you can probably use it, So that's really important as well. Okay, everything's clear so far? Okay, great. Okay, so basically this is called, so you know how ultrasounds are sound waves, right? So sound waves have echoes. So we call objects as echoic, hyperechoic, or other echoics, basically. So hypoechoic means that it's brighter than its surroundings. Hyper makes sense. This is hypoechoic, which means that it is less brighter than its surroundings. Isoechoic, similar brightness to its surroundings, and anechoic, it does not reflect off sound waves. Make sense? Clear? So what reflects the most sound waves? It's going to be hyperechoic. What reflects the least sound waves is going to be anechoic. There's literally no reflection. That's why you can't detect it, Again, this is the basic principle behind this. And lastly, we have Dopplers, okay? So Dopplers is basically used by bats to detect objects that are coming closer to it or moving further away. The way it works is that if you have an object and you have sound waves going towards that object, if the object is coming towards you, those sound waves will come back a bit compressed, okay? It'll be higher frequency sound waves coming back to you. And if the object is moving far away, then the wavelengths or the frequency of the sound will be lower, so the wavelengths will be higher, so you will basically feel a difference in the frequency of the wavelengths. So using this method, or when we have this information, we can use this in looking at different objects that are dynamic, how it's real time. So we can look at objects which are moving, such as the blood vessels, okay? It's just a simple concept right there. Okay, so is this clear so far? Until now. Oh my God, I have to check out the chat. Yes, determined by, yes, they're determined by the difference in densities, not the density of the object itself, but the difference of densities, of the object right behind it and the object in front of it. Okay, so basically we're done with the first lecture. Now we're going to move on to the slides of the first lecture to make sure that we have covered everything. And then you guys can tell me if you want to take a break, if you have any questions, and then we can move on. Okay. So the slides that I'm using is basically 11th batch, and these are transcriptions, So I'm not sure if you have the same slides or not, but knowing how inventive radiology people are, it's going to be the same slides. So this is basically different types of ultrasound machines. these are important. So human hearing is 20,000. They can ask you this. Beyond this or like higher than this frequencies we use for ultrasounds. If I'm moving too fast or going too slow, you can always stop me in the middle, okay? Captured in real time, bodies, blood vessels, fetal movements, okay, great. This may be important. They can ask you a silly question, so memorize these, please. So basically use curvilinear or convex ones for lower frequencies. These are for the surface linear structures. No, not linear structures, it's called linear. This is probably important, just memorize it. Operate to much higher frequency in megahertz, placed on the skin. Okay, yeah, so the other important point is that we use a gel. Okay, this may be important, just memorize these. I know it sounds silly, but since it's radiology and they don't have many questions to ask you, they can start nitpicking on the details, you know? So you have to really focus on the tiny details in the slides, okay? Image formation, okay, cool. Piezoelectric material, transducer. This is called the transducer, in case you didn't know. Okay, cool. Electric effect, image formation, great, we discussed this. There we go. So the piezoelectric effect converts electrical energy into mechanical energy or sound energy. Okay, this image we have there. Okay. Yeah, so basically you have the current, you use the current to generate, to make this vibrate, it creates waves, goes back, it's reflected back, great. Image formation, okay, so there's a scanner, the computer basically calculates everything and produces an image, okay. This just shows you that they sometimes have a pointer to make it easier for us to understand. So if the probe is placed like this way or like this way, we can tell which side is which. So we see this and we see this over here and we can tell, oh, okay, so this is this side. Just for us, this is just showing us the different ways we can place the transducer. Usually it's placed either upright like this, or how do I say this? So this tiny dot over here is usually at the top or it's towards your left. So it's going to be the patient's right. This is the sagittal view. This is known as the oblique view because it's like held like this. Transverse view. These are showing you the vessels. This is the coronal section, so it's like coronal cuts. And this is basically showing you that you can actually look at the heart as well. Right. Okay, terminology. So we know what hyperechoic is. Hyperechoic, hypo, isoechoic, and anechoic. And the important thing over here is it's always relative to its surroundings, okay? Okay, so do you guys know what this is? Any idea? Okay, so basically, when you're looking at an ultrasound, the first thing you want to check is, or if you're looking at any radiological image, you know, the first thing you want to see is, do you know the imaging modality? So this is basically an ultrasound, right? The second thing you need to know is what type of organ you're looking at, which is most difficult in ultrasounds because everything pretty much looks the same, you know? So this is actually the bladder. It looks like a rectangular thing. Just memorize it's a rectangular thing, it's bladder, okay? This is probably showing you an area of, it's hyperechoic area, right? Or we could call it hyperechoic and then some isoechoic area, okay? This can be a stone. It's usually, yeah, it's probably a UTI which is causing edema. So basically, you could have a clinical scenario of a UTI, right? So a person cannot urinate properly, they're having painful urination, they're having feverish chills, you know, and then you get a picture like this, and then, you know, it's how do we say this? So it's fuzzy, you know, it's not clear. So we can't really say they're stones. And I'm not sure if you can notice or not, but there's supposed to be like swelling all over, right? So this is like fuzzy because of the edema, because of the inflammation, because of the swelling. So this is most probably a UTI. It could be caused by a stone. usually if we see a stone, we'll see like a proper stone and like and shadow underneath it or not. But anyway, this is just a picture out of context over here. If they bring you something like this, you'll know it's in UTI, okay? We can't really say what the cause is because we can't see a stone, but it could be due to a stone upwards, you know, in the ureters or something. Placed directly on the skin and body. Where is it? Yes. Okay. So the most important thing over here is this thin layer of gel, right? So the reason why they placed this gel is, you know how I told you there's going to be a difference in the medium that's going to reflect off sound waves. So once you have the probe over here on this side, then you have the skin on this side, right? It has a huge difference in medium. So usually if you have the probe and then the skin directly, you won't be able to see anything underneath the skin because the skin is going to reflect off all the sound waves. Then they put a gel underneath, like between the two, to kind of make the difference in densities between the two not that much, you know. So you have a third medium which kind of moderates or balances out the difference in densities. That's why they use a gel, and this is why it's like really important to use a gel. It's been used for the past 30 years. Since there is urine accumulation, we will see more dark bladder. Yes, you probably will, but usually they usually do ask you to drink a lot of water so that the bladder can be visualized. So that doesn't really tell you if it's inflammation or not, you know. Before the procedure, they actually ask you, okay, so drink like 2 glasses of water or something. I have no idea what this is. This is okay. So basically, what we can tell is this is probably the liver. I'm not sure. We'll check right now. And then this is like an irregular hyperechoic mass, right? Wow. These slides are moving on their own. What is this? The liver, right? Circumcised. Great. Okay, so this is a hyperechoic lesion due to the liver. Great. What is this? Okay, so over here we see hyperechoic foci. This could be granulomatous disease. The reason why I'm not stressing too much on the pathologies over here is because these images are just to make you familiar with what is hyperechoic, what is hypoechoic, isoechoic, okay? So these lesions over here are hyperechoic. They say it could be granulomatous disease. Sure, let's go with that, okay? They most probably don't want to ask you a question like this. They can give you an image like this and then they'll ask you, okay, what do you see? You probably have to say like it's a hyperechoic mass. You most probably would not have to differentiate between, okay, so what type of mass this is because you haven't taken the pathology yet. But usually, if there is an hyperechoic mass, it's either cancer or it's an abscess or it's some other form of tumor, you know? So those are the differentials that you should have at the back of your mind. Okay, you see, so answer can be either hypoechoic lesion. So the important thing over here is just like, you know, is it hyper or hypo? So this is hypoechoic. Cancer, abscess, or any other tumor, any other mass or any other tumor. So by cancer, I mean it's malignant or not. It could be metastasis from some other organ. That's what I meant. Cool. Okay, so this is showing you that nowadays we have something called the 3D ultrasound, which basically shows us the image in 3 dimensions. So this is the uterus. Okay, so you remember how the pictures goes, it has fallopian tubes and stuff. So this is basically showing you that we have 3D images as well. When they say 4D images, that basically means 3D images in real time, okay? There you go, 4D images. Okay, so for gynae and for sometimes OB, we use an endovaginal approach. Why do we use that? Because we want better quality images, okay? So I'll explain this view to you later on, like when in the second lecture, but basically the idea over here is they just want to show you that this is a transvaginal picture, okay? Okay, there we go, transabdominal, so this is transabdominal. They're just showing you the different views, okay? You don't have to like worry about it too much. I think this is a video showing you how they use an ultrasound basically. This is again transvaginal. This is, I have no idea. What is this? Right is a transverse view. Okay, cool. Not important. Gallbladder after eating, non-eating. Okay, so basically gallbladder, the way you figure out this is a gallbladder is basically it's pear-shaped. We'll get into the details later, but over here they're just telling you, okay, so this is hypoechoic. Why is it hypoechoic? Please, any ideas? Yeah, basically, yeah. In this lecture, that's the idea, hyper or hypo. So what is this? What is this over here? Come on, guys, answer, please. Yes, hypo or anechoic, because you can't really see, it's black, right? Okay, cool. Wow, the slides. Okay, so this is basically a bone. So remember how I said, since the bone is hard and there's going to be a large difference in medium, all of the sound waves are going to be reflected off the surface. That's basically over here. So this bone is probably a bone of a fetus, right? Because usually we don't use ultrasounds to detect human fractures. We have X-rays, which are much more convenient and much more detailed, you know? But this is probably a fetus. And for example, the fetus has a genetic abnormality like osteogenesis imperfecta, is that the word? Yeah. And you have multiple fractures in the fetus, right? So you can check that basically through an ultrasound because we don't want to harm the fetus. And we look at the fracture over here. So we see that this is a bone. And then since we can see sound waves going through, we know, okay, so this is probably a fracture. Most of the sound waves are then reflected off, you know? This is why it appears white over here. And this is why we can't really detect the objects underneath the ultrasound. Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? Contracting what? I have no idea. What was contracting? Could you please elaborate? Yeah, sure. Oh, okay. I get you. Okay, so the gallbladder can contract after food because, you know, once you eat food, then you basically eat some fat inside that, and then bile is secreted, right, to be able to emulsify the food. So the gallbladder, after you eat food, it contracts, and when it contracts, it becomes narrower. The reason I didn't go into details of this is because we're going to discuss this in later slides anyway. That's not the point over here, right? They're just showing you, okay, so it could be like this or this. Make sense about the contracting? Why is it hypo? Because it appears darker than its surroundings. Oh my God. Okay, yeah, here. So it's hypo because it appears darker, but it's this middle part is anechoic. This part over here, you see right underneath this brighter line, this part is probably hypoechoic. You always look at the surroundings, right? So what's this compared to like its surroundings here and here? That's how you figure out what type of echoic this is. Does this make sense about the fetal bones? Okay, great. Okay, intestinal gas. Okay, so over here, their idea is that basically if there is air present between the kidney and the liver, what they mean is if you have air present outside of the bowels, right? Or present in the bowels themselves. I think this is outside. What is this? Yeah, okay, this is perforation. Yeah, okay. So that, over here, they're telling you that, for example, you do an ultrasound for appendicitis or something, you're expecting something else, but you happen to, you know, pass it over the intestines, and then you see that you can't really see any of the intestines. All of this is blocked off. That means that there's something that's, you know, that over here, this something is reflecting all of the sound waves, and then you can't see what's underneath this, right? Normally you would be able to see at least some structures over here. So the idea over here is if you can't really see underneath, then it's probably air present outside of the bowels that are reflecting off the sound waves, and this is why it's dark over here. It's basically this principle over here, okay? So this principle over here, this air principle, is practically seen in perforations, bowel perforations. And then this concept of bones, you can't see underneath anything underneath it, the surface appears to be white, is basically, oh my God, this. Does that make sense? Okay, great. Okay, so Doppler, we can use that. So basically we use Dopplers for two main reasons. Looking at blood vessels and looking at the heart itself, right? So this is images about Doppler. Cool. Yeah, okay, so if an object is approaching us, it will have higher frequency. If it's going far away, it'll have lower frequency. If it's identical, then it's moving at the same pace or it's stationary, okay? Cool. And these change in frequency, we call it as phase shift, okay? So basically, when you're looking at a Doppler, you can see if it is flowing or not, if there's blood, blood movement or not, that's number one. So is there a flow or not? Secondly, the direction of the flow. Is it coming towards you or going away from you? You can't really tell if it's arterial or venous. I don't know why they wrote this here, but you usually cannot tell from a Doppler, only from a Doppler. Unless you look at something else, which I'll tell you in the next slide. And then you can actually measure how fast the object is moving, right? So the way you can tell if it's an artery or a vein, based on this image, you cannot. Based on this image, the only thing you can tell if it's red or blue. If it's red, that means the blood is coming towards you. That means it's coming towards the transducer, okay? And if it's blue, that means it's going away from the transducer. You can't tell if it's an artery or vein. This, however, tells you if it's an artery or vein. So you see this moving up and down, up and down. What does that tell you? It's most probably A. Yes, okay, exactly. So the reason why it's going up and down is probably the frequency is increasing and then decreasing again as the heart is pumping blood, right? Okay, so we have a sagittal section. What do we have? Okay. So you know how it says homogeneous velocities? That means that they're going at the same rate. If there is an increase, a sudden increase in the velocity, you can probably see a bit of yellow or green color, okay? That's usually, that usually shows turbulent blood. Red shows blood going towards you and blue shows blood going away from you. So today you can actually have like tiny iPads or even, ultrasounds connected to your phones, which is really cool. Advantages, okay. So non-ionizing, we told you this, more readily available, less expensive, great. Few contraindications, great. Real time, perfect. Yeah, you have Doppler and ultrasound, you don't have Doppler and other stuff. Oh yeah, you can use it with metallic objects. So basically, you don't have to worry if the person has tattoos or not, which is a major concern in CT scans or MRIs, because tattoos can have ink which is magnetic, and that can be really painful for the patients. Thermal, mechanical heating, operator dependence. Yeah, another thing, ultrasound can have unique set of artifacts. So it can have generally more artifacts than CT or MRI, and the reason is because it's so dynamic, right? The person's moving, you're moving with it, depends on your own skills, so that's why you may have this. And if a person is obese, it might be difficult for you to see the ultrasound. Okay, so this just gives you a summary. It's a really nice summary. So basically, if it's hypoechoic or anechoic, you'll probably see it in fluid. Why will you see it in fluid? Because the sound waves will just pass through it, right? And then they'll be reflected off this edge if it's going over here. The reason why this appears anechoic is this is fluid, right? And then the sound wave is reflected off once the fluid is finished. So you see this as a different color, but you don't see anything over here. Hope that makes sense. So basically hypoechoic is fluid, isoechoic is fat or muscle. Usually fat is more hyperechoic than muscle, so you'll see it brighter. And then hyperechoic is bone, air, or capsules, okay? So what's important over here is air can be very misleading. Air itself, the edge, the start of the air will appear to be white because it's going to be reflecting everything else. Everything beneath it will appear to be dark because all of the rays have been reflected off. Make sense? Yes, pulsating because of diastolic systolic, yes, all of this. Okay, so basically, what did you not get? Just the last point, last slide. Last slide, sorry. If something is brighter, appears to be bright, that means it is hyperechoic, which means that it is reflecting echoes of high intensity, which is why they appear brighter. So remember how I said that usually if there's a greater difference between the difference in densities between the mediums, then you'll see a reflection, you'll see a white reflection or a brighter reflection. So when you have, usually you have fluid in the body, right? Yeah. So usually you have fluid in the body, which appears to be, let's say, isoechoic or anechoic, right? Or you have these structures. Once you have air, the difference between fluid and air is a lot, right? The difference in densities, the difference in how, what was it called? Reflective index. Yeah, the reflective index of both of these are different, right? So it will reflect a lot of light, or in this case, sound, right? It'll reflect a lot of sound. So if something reflects a lot of sound, then it will have hyper echoes because it's reflecting a lot of echoes. That's why it will appear brighter. Doppler part about the waves and when they hit and they come back. So is this point clear first? Hypoechoic, hyperechoic, anechoic. So the connection point between the air and fluid because of medium difference. Yeah, basically. So once you have air and then you have fluid, it's a difference between like liquid and gas, right? So the index is a lot more, or the difference in density is a lot more. So most of the sound waves will be reflected. Same thing with bone. It's like hard tissue, and then you have like other fluidy structures around it, or like soft tissue structures around it. So basically it's two things, right? Whenever we talk about bones and air, it's misleading because there's white and right beneath it, there's black. So you have to understand the reason behind this. White is because everything's being reflected off of that surface. It's black because sound waves are not going underneath that. All of them are reflected. So you can't really see what's going on underneath that. That's the basic principle between this, about this. Yeah, okay, so over here, how can we differentiate bone and air? Usually from the image itself, like you can tell when there is bone at some place because you're the person who is placing that. You know there's a bone underneath this. You're placing the transducer, right? So you can usually tell. In the image, you can tell as well. It's pretty clear. Okay, so this is going to be a bone over here. This is going to be just soft tissue and then air. You know, and they'll usually tell you this is an abdominal ultrasound. You know, there's not going to be any bones in the abdomen. You know, so it's not difficult. Once you have the scenario in mind. Okay, so over here, what I wanted to tell you was basically, if you have this image alone, the top part, you don't have this at the bottom. You cannot tell if this is an artery or a vein, okay? Because red color does not mean artery. Red color means that blood is flowing towards the transducer. That's why we're seeing it as red. If you have an artery and the blood is flowing away from you, it's going to appear as blue. So red and blue do not tell you if it's an artery or a vein. Red tells you if it's coming towards you. Blue tells you if it's going away from you. Green or yellow tells you if the blood flow is really, really turbulent, okay? That's usually the case in, for example, you have stenosis or you have atherosclerosis or a plaque, you know? So blood flow through that is going to be turbulent. So you probably see like higher velocity over there, and then you'll probably see a difference in color. This tells you that this is probably an artery because you can see the pulsations going up and down, up and down. Does that make sense? Over here, this says pressure of the vessel, but this is not the pressure. This is probably the velocity because it says PSV. This is peak systolic value. So this is misleading over here, okay? It's the velocity, difference in velocity over here, okay? I think that's why you were confused. You start reading these transcription notes, right? So do you guys have any other questions regarding the first lecture? Anything at all? Perfectly fine. Doppler about the waves and when they hit the comeback. Okay. Okay. See if I can find an image. Okay, let's try to explain it with this, right? I think this will be easier. So let's imagine that we have an object draw. Okay, good. So let's imagine we have an object over here, right? And we have these sound waves that are going towards and coming back, okay? Then we have another object that is moving towards us, moving towards the transducer, right? So the waves that come back will be of a smaller frequency. They'll be closer together, basically, you know? So they'll be closer together. And if an object is moving far away when we hit it with the sound waves that reach us will be further spread apart, okay? Their wavelength will be larger, their frequency will be lower. This change in frequency, so basically the machine will detect that the sound waves went, but when they came back, their frequency changed. You know, usually this does not happen if the object is stationary. You just get the image, okay, reflected off. They may be like, you know, in a different direction, but the frequency would not change. So this phase shift gives us an additional set of information that we can use. So the computer detects this, and then it goes like, okay, so if an image has, or if the waves that were reflected back, they're of a higher frequency, that means that the computer will show them as red. And then we will say, okay, so that means something is moving towards us. Same thing, the computer interprets it as, okay, so the frequency is going to be lower because the object is moving away, so the wavelength is longer. So then it's going to interpret that as blue. Does that make sense? Okay, perfect. So over here, the Doppler effect is what is used in like with bats and with sonar, right? This is why they showed you these fancy pictures. Sonar is basically you're looking underwater to see the structures in the water and missile and stuff, right? Yeah, so over here, the problem with this image is they don't show you the difference in wavelengths or wavelengths. So this is supposed, if the thing is coming closer to it, it's supposed to have smaller wavelengths. Anyways, so now we're done with the first lecture. What do you guys want to do? You guys want to move on to the second lecture? You want to break? Anything unclear? Let me know. What do you guys think? Okay, sure. Great. Okay.
Yeah, I think most of them want to move on, Harun.
Perfect. I'll close this. And I will open the previous lecture. Okay, can you see the slides?
It says lecture. Yeah, gallbladder,
Yeah, okay.
liver, pancreas.
Yeah, so basically what I did was the previous lecture, I went through it and I wrote down all of the conditions that you guys are expected to know, okay? Basically, I put some of them over here and the basic normal structures of what looks like, you know, the normal liver, normal kidney and stuff, I put them in this presentation that I made because it's easier for you explanation, right? And then we'll go through the other slides back and forth, okay? So basically the most important structures that you should know about is going to be the gallbladder, it's going to be the liver, it's going to be the kidney and the bladder, most probably. They may bring you fibroids of uterus. I highly doubt it. Most probably it's going to be just these three, right? And these are basically the most important ones. So these are all the conditions that may that are mentioned in your lecture if you guys want it. Okay, so gallbladder. Gallbladder is a pear-shaped sac, most important thing about it. And basically, let's go with the anatomy. So this is the fundus of the gallbladder, this is the body, this is the neck. This is the cystic duct, right and left hepatic ducts, common hepatic duct, common bile duct. Okay. This is what it looks like on the ultrasound. You don't need to memorize these. These are just, previous slides. I didn't delete them because, it was minimal information. You don't have to know the information in these slides of mine, okay? These are just for explanation purposes. If you want, you can use them, but don't expect anything from these pictures or from these to come in the exam. Gallbladder, pear shaped. These are the normal parameters. Okay, now the wall is important. This you don't need to know. This 3 millimeter you actually do need to know. So basically, normally the gallbladder is 3 millimeters thick. Okay, so it's really thin. If this thickness is increased, that means that there's probably some sort of edema or, basically edema or something like that, which basically means that there is an, come on guys, you can do this. Someone write in the chat. No, it means that there is an infection. Okay, so let's talk about this. So this is the same image that we had previously. This is a normal gallbladder. So let's see if you can make sense of it. At the top, this transducer is placed at the abdomen. Most probably it's placed transversely, okay? So we can see this liver, triangular structure. We can see these hepatic vessels, okay? And this is the gallbladder right underneath the liver, okay? This gallbladder, as you can see, the wall is really thin. This is the normal appearance, okay? And then you can see that this appears to be a bit more, actually we'll go into those details later, but basically this is a thin wall, okay? Now over here, this is after eating, right? So number one, we know that there's going to be contraction after a person eats, right? The second thing we know is that bile is going to be produced. So you can see this hyper, or isoechoic, I should say. You can see this isoechoic layer that is right underneath the wall, which is hypoechoic, and then hyperechoic, and then isoechoic. This is basically probably the bile secretions, okay? Yeah, it's cholecystitis, nice. Okay, so what is acoustic shadow and what is acoustic enhancement? Okay, so acoustic shadow, you basically see in stones. Remember what I told you about the air and about the bone? You will see something that is an object obstructing the sound waves, which will appear to be bright, and then underneath it, you will not see stuff. It's the same thing. So if we see a stone over here, you can clearly tell that, it's hyperechoic, or it's brighter over here, right? Since it's brighter over here, that means that more sound waves are being reflected off. And since sound waves are being reflected off, you can see a shadow over here, a dark shadow. So basically in stones, we see an acoustic shadow. Why do we call it acoustic? Because it has something to do with sound waves, okay? Does this make sense? This is usually the case. So, if you see an image in the exam which is not very clear, and you can't really tell if it is, cholecystitis or it's a stone or not, if you see a shadow, it's a stone. It's really helpful in differentiating between the two. This is another picture of a stone. So you see this stone, which appears to be brighter because images are reflected off of it. Because why? There's fluid over here. There is a dense solid object over here. Rays are reflected off, and then we see a shadow. Okay, make sense? So these are basically gallbladder stones. Now these gallbladder stones, echogenic focus. Okay, so this is gallbladder stone. Okay, so there's 3 different conditions that you guys need to know. One is stone, gallbladder stone. One is, I think it's a polyp. There's a sludge, but the third most important thing is cholecystitis, which is inflammation of the gallbladder itself. So over here, you can see again, how would you describe this? So basically, you would describe this as an isoechoic lesion, okay, to its surroundings. You will say it's an isoechoic lesion, but then you don't see a shadow underneath this. So you know it's not a stone. So you will call it a sludge or something because there is something in there, right? So basically, this is a collection of crystals, granules, thick viscous bile, okay? This sludge you can usually see in cholecystitis, which is inflammation of the gallbladder, okay? Yeah, so the 2 things that are important over here is no acoustic shadow and echogenicity or isoechoic. lesion. Okay. Now we move on to acute cholecystitis. So now the thing is, the reason why the normal structure is so important is if you don't have a good image of, or a good idea of what a normal structure looks like, you won't be able to tell what's abnormal, right? So usually what happens in this is you see these findings, right? So you will, sometimes you can see a stone, or you may not see a stone. Okay, so in the exam, if the option comes, is this cholecystitis with a stone? And if you see the shadow, you'll be like, yes, it is. If you don't see the shadow, you just see the other findings, you'll say, okay, no, but it's still cholecystitis. Why? Because over here you have a thickened wall. You can see pericholecystic fluid, which basically is edema, right? So if there's inflammation, there's going to be edema, there's going to be fluid that's released from the nearby structures, right? And then you have the acoustic shadow. What else do we see? Yeah, distension. Distension basically means thickening of something, or like distension basically means stretching, right? So the idea is that, okay, so the gallbladder stone is most probably obstructing the flow of bile, which is causing the whole gallbladder to appear to be distended or thick. This is the reason, this distension is the reason why this was mentioned earlier, you know? So if it's greater than 10, you know, if it's greater than 10 centimeters, it may be distended. If it's greater than 4 centimeters, it may be distended. But you don't need to memorize those. You only need to know about the 3 millimeters off the wall, okay? So basically, what are the findings again? What are the findings in, okay, let's go over here. What are the findings in cholecystitis? We can probably see a stone. So we see this hyperechoic lesion or a bright lesion over here. We can see a shadow. No, it's distended because the secretions cannot leave. You know, the stone is blocking the flow of secretions. So basically, the stone is somewhere over here. Oh my God, the stone is somewhere over here, right? It's probably blocking the flow of secretions outside. That's why there's an accumulation over here, and that's why there's distension. Okay, so once you understand the pathophysiology, which you guys did not take yet, which is really unfortunate, you will be able to understand these much better. You know, this is why I have to explain to you that stuff as well, which I'm pretty sure the doctor skipped out on. Because they don't know that we didn't take this yet. Okay. Sorry. Just give me a second. There we go. Okay, cool. Okay, so stones, we talked about stones, we talked about sludge. Okay, so can we see these findings over here? So this is basically the stone, and then we see the acoustic shadow behind it. Okay, then we can see that the wall is thickened. It's more than 3 millimeters, not centimeters, 3 millimeters. And then you can see this sludge around as well, because there's a region of isoechoic matter, right? What else? You can see it's distended. So you can see it's a bit fatter than you would usually see it to be. This is basically the normal finding as you're comparing it to this over here, okay? What else did we say? Impact. Right. So you can probably see this mushy layer outside. It's not really clear, honestly. But the idea is that it won't look as clearly defined, you know, as this. It won't look as clearly defined. That's probably the cholecystic fluid that's around it that makes it a murky appearance, dirty, fuzzy appearance. Okay. Okay, so is everything about gallbladder clear so far? Guys, is it clear? Okay, great. So now we are going to move on to this lectures. So this is your original lecture. I'm going to cover it side by side so that if I missed anything, we can cover it. Okay. So again, this is gallbladder. This is the interior wall. This is the posterior wall. Cool. This is the different views. So I'm not sure which views these are, but you can check from the notes, I guess. And they're going to show you this view in the exam, don't worry about it. But basically this is showing you that if you have if you place the probe in different ways, you can actually see different views. So A is apparently longitudinal and B is transverse. Good to know. Okay, posterior enhancement. This is not posterior enhancement, okay? Posterior enhancement is something else. This is acoustic shadow. Don't be confused. This is acoustic shadow again. Again, this is cholecystitis. Can I get rid of this somehow? Yes, I can. Okay, perfect. Okay, so over here it says again, okay, so it says hyperemic gallbladder wall on color Doppler, which basically means that if you were to do a Doppler over here, you would see that there are more, there's more blood flow in the walls over here, so they would appear to be more colorful because of the inflammation. But usually we don't use a Doppler for this, so cool. Hyperemic basically means increased blood flow. And you would have increased blood flow because of the dilation of the vessels, because of the edema and inflammation going on. We can see isoechoic only in the cholecystitis, right? You can see, yeah, usually it's isoechoic due to cholecystitis. This is probably the sludge over here, yes. At your level, yes. Okay, so over here, this is basically something that looks like a stone, but it's not, it's a polyp. The reason why it's a polyp is because you do not see a shadow behind this. And the second thing is if you ask the patient to turn around. So for example, you see this image and then you ask him, okay, now lie on your back or lie on your side, you know, you would see this like, you know, adjacent to the wall again. It won't move places because if it was a stone, it would like, you know, just fall on this side or something, you know. So this is what differentiates a polyp. So a polyp is something that appears to be a bit more hyperechoic. It's less obviously than stones because it's kind of grayish, not white, and there's no shadow behind it. And if you move the person from one side to another, you won't be able to. It'll still be adjacent to the wall. Okay. Okay, so there, this is telling you that if it's less than 5 millimeter in diameter, you follow up. Follow up basically means that you don't do any intervention. You don't tell the patient about any procedure. You just tell them we'll watch this over time. If it's more than 10 millimeters, then it's worrisome. You may want to remove it. Acute cholecystitis. Okay. One more thing is known as the sonographic Murphy sign. Do you guys know what the Murphy sign is? So the normal Murphy sign, you probably don't know. So the normal Murphy sign is basically when you're doing the physical exam, when a patient with cholecystitis comes to you. So it's a patient with left upper quadrant pain, and you know they are moving around in pain. They have maybe fever or something. You want to check quickly on the physical exam if this is acute cholecystitis or not. So what you do is you basically, okay, let's show it to you. So basically, this is your left side. So you're going to be palpating the patient, right? You're going to be palpating the patients near the liver. And once you reach near the costal margin, right? And you ask the patient to inhale, what will happen is your hand will go and move somewhere near the gallbladder, right? So you go like, and then it touches the gallbladder, and then the person will like jerk in pain, okay? That's basically called the Murphy sign. Sonographic Murphy sign is basically, instead of using your hand to go up to check if the patient can feel that when you're palpating, you use the transducer. So it's good because you can actually tell, okay, so I'm exactly at the gallbladder and this is where the patient, yes, it was painful for him. Patient screamed. So that's basically sonographic Murphy sign. There's nothing much to it. But it's also a sign that you can use with the ultrasound. That's why it's mentioned here, okay? So less specific signs are gallbladder distension and sludge because they may be due to other signs, due to other conditions as well. Okay, so over here you can actually see the pericholecystic fluid, right? You can see that the walls become fuzzy and you're not able to differentiate it clearly, and it appears the walls are larger. Okay, what type of imaging modality is this? You don't take it. Never mind. This is a CT. And this is showing you an abscess in the liver, and this is the gallbladder, right? So basically what they mean to show over here is you can also see liver abscess when you have cholecystitis. Not important at all. Don't worry about it. This is showing you that you can actually see if there is a pleural effusion, you may be able to detect it with an ultrasound. Honestly, it's not that high yield, but over here, it's just like, good to know. So this is the diaphragm coming down. The person is lying down, right? So you have to think of the person lying down. And then since the person is lying down, this is the liver, this is the diaphragm, this is the lung over here. Usually you should not see any black space over here. You should see an isoechoic structure right over here. So this is showing you pleural fluid. This is basically showing you ascites. Ascites means accumulation of fluid in the abdominal cavity. So this is the right kidney. This is the right kidney. This is the gallbladder. This is the liver. And this black area shows you that there's fluid accumulated over here. Honestly, not that important. If you see this image, just memorize, okay, because this is ascites. This is what it looks like. This is pleural effusion. They would probably never ask you this in the ultrasound, but whatever. Okay, did we start kidney yet or not? Okay. So this is something known as hepatosis, or you could say it's called fatty liver, okay? What happens is due to a lot of alcohol consumption or due to a lot of fatty food consumption, the liver, it fails and it has a lot of fat globules stored in it. So you remember how fat has a lighter density, it's usually less dense. So the liver appears to be brighter because of the change in density than it usually would, okay? And the way you can tell this is that you look at the underlying kidney that's right below it, okay? And if you see, this is how it's usually supposed to appear, right? So it's supposed to be like kind of dark, and then this kidney is supposed to be black. This is the cortex of the kidney, so you should see it as really dark. If you see this as unusually bright, and you have like, the clinical scenario of a person who has been drinking a lot, binge drinking for the past, like, over the weekend or something, and then he comes to you with pain, then you check, and then you're like, oh, okay, this may be a fatty liver, okay? So basically, the takeaway point is if you see a brighter liver than usual, you would call this a hepatic fatty liver or hepatosis. And the way you check this out is using the kidney to differentiate. Oh, you don't see the fat itself because it's distributed in all of the cells, in like all of the cells of the liver. So you won't be able to see it, but the overall picture appears to be brighter than this. Okay, what is this? Okay, so do you see these lesions over here? You see this area of hyperechoic area or brighter area? So this is probably a mass, right? So what would you say? You would say like, okay, we see foci or areas of hyperechoic areas, right? This is usually something known as mangioma. Why am I explaining liver to you right now? Give me a second. Let's go back to my lecture and cover the normal liver so that this makes more sense to you. Okay, so let's go with the liver. So again, the basics. Okay, this is what a liver looks like. These are basically the vessels, hepatic vessels. You don't need to be able to differentiate them. Just if you see something like this, don't freak out. It's just the vessels. Okay, so liver parenchyma is homogeneous. So usually you don't see that much color differences between the liver. This is the liver, this is the kidney, okay? Comparable to that of renal parenchyma. So parenchyma basically means the renal structure. So you can see that these are similar colors, right? Similar in color to each other. If there's a stark difference, then you'll know. So what could you see? You could see that the kidney is either really dark or this is really bright. Why would you see the kidney as really dark? Because this in comparison looks bright. So we think that the kidney is darker, but it's actually just the liver, which is brighter than usual, okay? Same or slightly higher echogenicity, great. Oh yeah, you can also measure the liver span. with the ultrasound. In case of hepatomegaly or hepatitis, it may be enlarged. In case of cirrhosis, it may be smaller, no need to memorize. There we go. Okay, so this is a fatty liver, right? So this is what it normally looks like. And then you see the kidney looks darker, but it's actually nothing wrong with the kidney. The kidney is perfectly fine. This is actually brighter than usual, which gives us the illusion that the kidney is darker. Does this make sense? Okay, moving on. So this is basically, yeah. So this was fatty liver. This was fatty liver, okay? And this is something different. This is cirrhosis. So in cirrhosis, instead of depositing a lot of things, the liver shrinks because the liver is basically dying, right? Or it's a chronic state when the liver is pretty much failed. So over here in a cirrhotic liver, you won't see this smooth surface of the liver, okay? Instead, you will see a nodular appearance. So you will see nodules on top. It'll be a rough edge. It'll be smaller in size than usual. And it'll appear to be hypoechoic, but usually won't be able to tell this because it's really difficult to see if it's hypoechoic than usual if you don't have the other image next to it, okay? So if we have a normal image, this is normal. This is fatty because it appears to be brighter. This appears to be darker. The kidney always appears to be darker. And this is cirrhotic liver. So you can see it's smaller in size compared to this, There's going to be rough edges, nodules. It's going to be shrunken in appearance. Make sense? Are we good so far? Until now, we have talked about the gallbladder. We have discussed stones, polyps, cholecystitis, sludge, and then we have talked about the liver. We have talked about cirrhotic liver, and we have talked about fatty liver, okay? Can we see, okay, so you would normally be able to see the kidney, yes, you're right, but in this image, we just can't. Because usually, like, it's probably the way they place the transducer, right? So can't do much about that. Now over here, moving on, this is a brighter image. So this is hyperechoic. This is another brighter foci, brighter mass or something. Usually if it's bright, this is most probably hemangioma. What does hemangioma mean? It is a blood-filled cystic space. Cool? So this space over here appears to be brighter because it is blood-filled. Okay, so it's hyperechoic with acoustic enhancement. Forget about acoustic enhancement for now. We'll talk about it when we discuss cysts, okay? Yeah, okay, so these are usually round, oval, lobulated, and well-defined borders. So if you see a smooth circular appearance over here, which is brighter than the surroundings, then this is probably hemangioma. And it's just one or two, right? It's not like 10 or 20 different things over there. If it's more than like 5, probably we call it's usually a metastasis because there is a lot of different nodules, right? Okay, so what is this over here? Okay, so over here we see hypoechoic lesions in the liver, okay? And these hypoechoic lesions are most probably cancerous lesions, right? So this could be a cancer or this could be an abscess. How do you tell these apart? Usually if you have cancer, and especially if it's metastasis, it won't be one lesion. It'll be more than one lesion. So these are multiple lesions, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and they're of different sizes. And it's hypoechoic, which is usually what metastasis looks like in the liver. Over here, you may think that these are stones, but in the liver, you don't have stones. So these are basically metastases that have calcified. So calcification basically means that it's solidified. Yeah, I'll get to that. So it's solidified and then you can see the shadow behind it. So you know that this is like solid in appearance. So you can see the shadow in which cases, if you have a stone or if you have calcifications, okay? In normal cases, you can see a shadow if there is air present and if there is bone, okay? Yes, so how does usual cancerous appearance look like? So cancerous appearance would maybe be like 1 or 2 nodules, which are large in appearance. They may be hypoechoic, they may be isoechoic in appearance, right? They can be of different types, obviously. And that looks exactly similar to an abscess, because an abscess will be like one or two lesions as well. They're going to be either isoechoic or hypoechoic, so you can't really tell them apart until you have the clinical scenario. This is why you always need a clinical scenario to be able to tell. Okay, so the most common association is colon cancer. I don't think you need to memorize this. This is from the previous slides. See, now if you have a lot of hypoechoic lesions, which are of different sizes, over here it says bullseye, but usually I think we call it the shotgun appearance. That's usually like pathognomic for metastasis. So let's go back to the lecture. You guys can see, right? Okay, thank God. Okay, so from here, okay, don't continue from here. There. Okay, so this is basically, what is this? Come on. Someone write in the chat, what is this? Yes, thank you. What is this? Okay, what type? It's usually A. Perfect. What is this? Does it say? Okay, so this is most probably a hepatocellular carcinoma. Let's see if it is or not. Yeah, hepatocellular carcinoma. So as you can see, this and this does not have much difference. The difference is that this appears to be more solidified. There is you can see hypoechoic or isoechoic, and there appears to be like some regions of fluid. Over here as well, you'll see like a cystic appearance. So you can see that it's fluid filled, and then you'll see irregular borders, and it may be isoechoic, it may be hypoechoic. What does it say? Yeah, heterogeneous. Heterogeneous basically means that it doesn't look the same. And the next step is to drain the lesion, and this is hepatocellular carcinoma, which somewhat looks like the surrounding solid tissue, right? So that's how you can tell this apart. I honestly don't think you'll be asked to differentiate between these two, especially without a clear-cut scenario, you know. Oh, this is cool. So if you want to drain the abscess, we usually do it under ultrasound guidance. So you can actually see the needle go in and reach the nodule or the abscess. This is classic for metastasis because there's a lot of lesions. They're hypoechoic, they're darker, and they're of multiple sizes. Okay, what do we see here? Cool. So over here, we can see that this is, I'm pretty sure it's not written. Oh, damn, it's written. So this is cirrhosis over here. And then you can also see over here it's cirrhosis because it is, it's nodular appearance. It's a nodular appearance. It looks smaller than usual. You can actually see some type of calcification on the top over here, right? And you can see fluid accumulating around it. So that's also ascites right there, okay? So you have cirrhosis. This is just showing you the aorta, and you can see the different structures. I don't know why they put this here. Let's check. I don't think it's important, honestly. Yeah, not important. Okay, moving on to the kidney. Okay, so do you have any questions so far? We covered 2 structures until now. Yeah, so this is what I was going to tell you. So gallbladder, it's important. Most probably you'll get cholecystitis or stone, or to differentiate between the two. And that's going to be like a must because it's really, really simple. And it's usually there. You may get something from the liver. It's most probably going to metastasis or something like this, but you may get something. Yeah. So the thing is, you need to be able to differentiate between these. So there's like 5 conditions: fatty liver, cirrhosis, abscess, cancer, metastasis, hemangioma. So 6 conditions. this is the problem with radiology. You cannot expect to finish it, cram it in one day, because it's basically pattern recognition. And the only way you get pattern recognition is if you see the image over and over again. This is why it's really important to be able to see this normal image and, you know, make this image stick in your mind. If you know this image, then you can probably tell what's wrong with the others, and you can probably guess, oh, okay, so, you know, this is probably the case. This is probably the case. Okay, I can guess most of these conditions. So you have to, like, unfortunately spend time on it. Okay, normal kidney. Do you guys want to move on, or do you want like a 5 minutes break to pray? Or a 10 minutes break to pray? You can have these slides, yeah, sure. But the thing is, I don't want you guys to be overwhelmed with more slides. So you can use these slides to just get a basic idea, but don't use them for studying later on. What's going to come is going to be from your slides, you know? Do you guys want to move on? Let's take a break to pray.
Yeah, let's actually, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Till 6:15, we just stop for Salah.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Let's do that.
You guys have 13 minutes, and then we'll come back.
Okay, so moving on, let us start with the normal kidney. Do you have any questions so far before we go on to the kidney? Any questions about gallbladder? Any questions about liver? Anything that's not clear about the physics parts? Great. Okay, wait. Let's go back to Doppler. Okay, so this is basically the Doppler effect. So if you see, the truck is moving towards this person, and they interpret the frequency at a higher level. So they see that this frequency of sound is increased. The person who it's moving away from sees it as an increase in wavelength. This is basically the idea behind the blood vessels, the change in frequency of sound. Is this clearer now? Okay, normal kidney. So basically there are 3 parts in the kidney. This is the cortex, the outer part, which appears to be black. Then there is the medulla, which is the middle part. And then there is this pelvis, which is part of the, an extension of the ureter, as you can say. So the sinus, since it contains fat, it appears to be brighter. This is the sinus, renal sinus. What else? These are the dimensions, not important. Okay, so the calyces are not usually visible. This is important. And the pyramids, if you see them, they appear to be hyperechoic. So this is what the pyramids look like over here. You can't see them over here, but you will see them in the next picture. Has uniformly low echogenicity, less than that of the adjacent. Okay, so basically it's telling you that usually the kidney will appear to be a bit darker because of the cortex, okay? So this is the sinus, and this is the darker parenchyma, or the cortex. These are the pyramids that you can see. They usually appear like this. Another picture. Okay, now then, what is this? Since you guys did gallbladder, you should be able to answer this. What is this, and why do we see this? Or what's the differentiating, or what's the feature that helps us distinguish? There we go, perfect. So the acoustic shadow, and this is probably a stone. Okay, so this is basically the calyx and the renal pelvis. This is the part where the ureter starts, basically, okay? And renal stone and obstructing or not, okay. So over here, we see the stone, right? But we don't see the calyx, right? This is the calyx that's dilated when there's hydronephrosis. Do you guys know what hydronephrosis is? It's basically once there's an obstruction, you know, distally. So there's an obstruction in the ureter somewhere, down the line because we can't see any stone over here. And it basically causes backward pressure because, you know, urine is produced over here. So it'll keep on being produced, but it won't be able to exit. So there'll be an increased pressure over here. And this is known as hydronephrosis. Hydro means water, nephrosis related to the kidney. So this is a normal image. And this is the hydronephrosis. As you can see, there is an obstruction over here, which causes this to be distended. And then we can actually see the calyx, which we cannot usually see. So it's fluid filled. That's why it appears to be dark. And there's an obstructing stone. So notice that you cannot see the stone over here because if you're using an ultrasound, you can probably not see the ureters because they're really thin and tiny structures. And there's a stone in between there. You can't usually tell where it is. However, if the stone is in the kidney itself, then you can see it. Okay, so this is important as well. So in the ureter, you can't see the stone in the ureter, but you can see the effects of the stone in the ureter over here, right? If there's a stone present in the kidney, if there is a stone present in the kidney and it's causing hydronephrosis, then we call this an obstructing stone, okay? If you don't see hydronephrosis, then it's non-obstructing. So over here, it's non-obstructing. Over here, it may be obstructing, but we can't really tell, okay? Because this is fluid filled. But over here, it's obstruction for sure. The problem is we can't see the stone because it's most probably in the ureter. Can you show how the normal calyx looks like? It doesn't. You can't see it normally. You see? Over here, this is the normal structure. You won't be able to see any dark structures over here. But once you see the calyx, you know they're dilated. That's why we can see them, okay? So these are the calyces. Yeah, basically. So if you're seeing hydronephrosis, it's due to some sort of obstruction, right? If there was no obstruction, why would you see hydronephrosis? Why would you see fluid accumulating? So yes, usually it's due to obstruction. So hydronephrosis means obstructive stone. Non-obstructive stone is basically you see the stone, most probably in the kidney because you're using ultrasound, but you don't see the hydronephrosis. Okay, renal cysts. So you see this structure, which looks circular. It looks like it has good borders, smooth borders outside. And then you see this ray of sunshine, this ray of hope over here. This bright ray over here is basically known as posterior enhancement. So why does this posterior enhancement take place? Basically, if there were sound rays that were going through everything, and then there was, they're going through all of these structures, and then there was this particular structure through which, since there was fluid, a lot more could pass through. They're not being reflected over here. Since a lot more are passing through this space, we can see more light over here. Does this make sense? Since more rays are passing through this as compared to the surrounding areas, we see this enhanced area because now the light rays which were supposed to be reflecting here are sound waves, which are supposed to be reflecting over here are now reflecting more over here because they're just more in number. This is not an acoustic shadow. This is posterior enhancement. This may look like a shadow, but it's not. Just a bad image, sorry about this. But this is the important thing over here, okay? Now, you can also see some type of posterior enhancement in the gallbladder, normally. Why do we see it normally in the gallbladder? Like, yeah, for example, this. You see how it's brighter? This place is brighter than the other structures, or like just the adjacent areas. It's because there was fluid over here, so more rays could pass here, and then they're reflected later on over here. So you see this is brighter than this. Why is it brighter? Because of the fluid in between. Does this make sense? Let's see what the official definition was. Acoustic. I think that has better wording. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay, so the ultrasound waves are hardly weakened in the fluids. Structures that are located behind these fluid-filled spaces would appear to be brighter. Does this make sense? Okay, so basically, you see how if this blocks, let's talk about shadow first. So you see how if this blocks the rays, you will see a brighter image at the point of reflection, and then you won't be able to see much beneath that because the rays are being reflected. Now it's the opposite over here. There's fluid over here. That's why you can see more, or you can see the effect of more rays passing through this because it won't reflect off the fluid, right? But as soon as it hits this part, there'll be more reflection than usual because there's just more rays passing through the area. So it appears to be brighter. Does that make sense? It's all relative. The idea being that if there was no fluid over here, you would not see this part to be as bright. So if there was a solid structure over here, then the part behind this would appear to be a bit darker. Why would it appear to be a bit darker? Because some of the waves got reflected here, some bounced back here, some bounced back here, some bounced back here. Bounced back as well. Now there is fluid. Fluid gives more waves to the unlined tissues. Those tissues will receive more light to reflect. Yes, exactly. So the fluid itself is not going to reflect that much light, right? So the number of light rays which are going to reach the objects underneath is going to be larger. Just because of the relatively increased amount of light rays that reach the further structures, it's going to appear brighter. Does everyone understand this? Yeah, so if you have a stone, it's going to appear darker. The structure's out behind this because all the sound rays basically got blocked over here, or most of them got blocked over here. So this part, we can't really see the details underneath this. We see it as darker. So if you have a stone, underneath the stone, it will be darker. Underneath the fluid, it will be darker. The stone itself is bright. The fluid itself is dark. That's why it's confusing. But underneath it, the structures underneath it will appear to be of different colors or different effects. Yeah, fluid underneath it is going to be brighter because more light and more sound waves are passing through. Yeah, okay. So acoustic enhancement or posterior enhancement is basically indicative of fluid. So what happens is, over here, the reason why we can say this is assist is because you see posterior enhancement behind it. So the reason why you could say it's easily a stone is because you see the shadow, right? Same thing. If you see assist, the reason why you can say clearly it's fluid, it's assist, is because there's going to be light behind it. Yeah, cyst usually contains fluid, yes. I think there's a better image in the lecture. Let's go to the lecture itself. Okay, what is this? What do they want to tell you? Oh, okay, so basically the cortex appear darker and then medulla and sinus appear to be brighter. Sinus appears to be the brightest, okay? Hydronephrosis versus normal, okay, cool. This is hydronephrosis, this is normal. Is this clear so far? So the cyst contains fluid, yes it does. Liquid is equal to posterior enhancement, solid is equal to shadow. Yes, solids, yes, exactly, exactly. Okay, so over here it says acoustic shadow. This is honestly a bad picture, but whatever. So this is the brighter stone and this is the shadow behind it. I think this much is clear, right? Let's see, another stone. Okay, so you can see the stone, you can barely see the stone, but you know for sure that something is obstructing later on because of the hydronephrosis. Okay, so over here it tells you non-obstructive stone. Why? Because you can see a shadow, but what? This is obstructive, man. What is going on? Whoa. Okay, I don't know what they mean over here, because according to me, this is obstructive. Hyperechoic structure with acoustic shadow. Okay. I have no clue what they mean over here. Sorry. Okay, so this, they're done. Oh, okay. Okay, so this rectangular structure, as I told you guys before, this is the bladder. Okay, and you can see the shadow, so you can tell there's probably a stone or something over here, right? Same idea over here. You can see this. Now over here, it's the perfect place to show you posterior enhancement because there's so much fluid. You see how this is brighter than, like, you know, the other surroundings here, here. This part beneath it is brighter. It's because of the posterior enhancement. But over here, you won't say this is posterior enhancement. You would say, oh, okay, so I can see it because posterior enhancement over here is normal, right? So over here, when they ask you what's the pathology, you would say, okay, I see a shadow, because that's the normal finding here. You get the idea? Like, you're supposed to see brightness over here because there's liquid behind it. Okay. This is again hydronephrosis. Cool. Okay, so you see, due to this hydronephrosis, this appears to be a bit brighter. Again, posterior enhancement. Posterior enhancement, a bit of it, I guess, because of the fluid. These are the levels. You don't need to know this. Like, this is just to show you that it could gradually increase and get worse if it's not treated. Renal cyst. There we go. Okay, so you cannot even tell that this is a kidney, right? Because of its weird shape. But this, I think, is a bit better. So you see this part over here. This whole thing is the kidney. This huge thing is the cyst, and inside it. Cyst is basically a fluid-filled cavity. If you have, yeah. So these things, this is basically the calyx, right? This is the calyx that we see over here, right? These are the calyces. So if you have hydronephrosis, you'll be able to see these. At your level, yes. Hydronephrosis is the only, yes. But you know, hydronephrosis can be caused by different things. So it could be a stone. It could be posterior urethral valves, which are blocking the flow of urine and stuff, right? Hydronephrosis, stone, khalas. Renal, radiology exam, that's it. This is basically cyst again, and you see the posterior enhancement over here. Honestly, memorize this picture, because if they bring this in the exam, honestly, I would not be able to tell this was a kidney before it got destroyed, right? Okay, now I think this is the last one. Okay, so over here, this is what the kidney is supposed to look like. And then you see this structure over here, which is probably a mass, which is most probably a cancer. So it's renal cell carcinoma, and it's at one of the poles of the kidney, right? So if this is the kidney, this is one pole, this is the second pole, and this is probably renal cell carcinoma, or it's a mass that's echogenic at one of the borders of, or one of the poles of the kidney. Yeah, renal cell carcinoma, there we go. I think this is the Roma kidney. They're just trying to show you the comparison. I'm not honestly sure. Bad picture. Okay, now renal failure. This is the last, I think this is the last condition about the kidneys that you're supposed to know. So if you look at this picture, you can see that the liver and the kidney, they look somewhat similar. But over here, you see that the kidney looks really bright, right? And you can't really tell the features underneath it, like inside it, you can't really demarcate. This is the cortex, this is the medulla. It looks just like a fuzzy, dirty image, right? And it's brighter than usual. All of these point towards renal failure. Why? Because the renal parenchyma is destroyed, and basically it's replaced by fat, and because it's not working properly. So we see something distorted like this. And the way you can tell it's distorted is if you compare it with the liver. So there's two incidences where you have to compare the liver and the kidney together. One is fatty liver, where the kidney appears to be darker and the liver appears to be brighter. If the kidney appears to be lighter or brighter, and the liver appears to be really dark in comparison, that means it's renal failure. So basically, whatever is brighter means that there's something wrong with it. Yeah, basically, that's what they're telling you. Again, so this is renal failure. You can barely make out that this is the kidney, right? Because it's just echogenic, isoechoic to, like, the surrounding structures. You can't really tell apart what's happening. It's replaced by fats. Does that make sense so far? So we're done with the kidney. So what did we talk about? To recap, we talked about a kidney stone, which will show you enhancement at the back. We talked about renal cyst, which will show you posterior, stone will show you a shadow, sorry. Renal cyst will show you posterior enhancement. And then we talked about mass. So it's going to be isoechoic. It's going to be at one of the poles. It's going to be, like, most probably cancer. We talked about renal failure, in which it will appear to be brighter, it'll appear to be fuzzy. And we talked about hydronephrosis, which is usually caused by a stone obstructing somewhere distally. Yeah, that's it. Okay, cool. Any questions to know? Or do we move on? Okay, we're gonna move on. So this is the bladder, okay? So the bladder, again, it appears to be a rectangular structure like this. There's a lot of fluid. So bladder, you can place the probe like this or like this. Does not really matter. It looks like a rectangular thing, okay? Okay, so post-void volume. So you can do this measurement. You don't have to know this in detail, but you can do a measurement called post-void volume. Basically, you ask the patient to urinate as much as possible, like, just urinate, and then you measure the volume in the bladder. So in case the person has some obstruction distally in the urethra or something, like a stone or stricture or something, later on in the urethra, he won't be able to empty out his bladder, So the post-void volume would be larger or greater than usual. That's basically the idea. You can't empty the bladder, larger volume, okay? Now we get to infection. So infection, we already saw, if you guys remember. Infection was, the murky type of thing, and some focal lesions, and it was just murky and messy around, I don't think they have a picture. This is pre-void volume and then post-void volume. It's supposed to be, this is larger, it's supposed to be smaller. The post-void volume is larger. That means there's obstruction or something distally. He can't empty his bladder for some reason. There's a problem. Okay, so stones we covered earlier over here. These aren't, yeah, okay, so these are the stones. And in the first lecture, we showed you infection. Let me go back and just show it to you. I closed it, and of course I closed it. Where is that? Yeah, there we go. So this is basically bladder infection. It looks murky. It looks like it's messy around, which basically shows inflammation. There may be some isoechoic or hypoechoic, but you can't really make out or not. There's no shadow. So that's basically infection, right? Then we move on to the pancreas. So basically we're done with bladder. Then we move on to the pancreas. Where is the lecture? Oh, there. Okay, so the pancreas, they probably won't ask you because, yeah, it's really hard to tell what a pancreas looks like. But basically, if you see this kind of weird thing in the middle, this type of C structure, it's basically the pancreas. Okay, that's the best way to describe this. And the only findings that you need to know about this is chronic pancreatitis, in which you'll see calcifications and fat replaced. So fat replaced, they won't ask you this. I'm pretty sure they won't ask you this, but whatever. So this is normal pancreas, and you see how if it's fat replaced, it's a lot brighter. You can't really tell all the different structures that you could tell before. that's fat replaced pancreas. And this chronic pancreatitis, this they can actually bring it to. So this is chronic pancreatitis, and you see a lot of calcifications. So you see a lot of tiny shadows, and you would, if you look at it under CT, you would be able to easily see this. So most probably they'll show you a scenario about someone who has recurrent bouts of pancreatitis, recurrent long history of drinking alcohol, epigastric pain radiating into the back, and then they'll show you this picture, you know. And if you see, like, you know, this tubular structure with a lot of stones, you know, it's chronic pancreatitis. There's not much over here. Okay, cool. This is free fluid again. So this is ascites. So basically, if you put this on the abdomen and you see fluid over here, you know, it's ascites. Honestly, this is not important at all. Over here, these are the bowel loops. Not important. They're bowel loops. Okay, aneurysm. So now we go into vascular. Okay, so we're done with bladder. We're done with pancreas. There wasn't much, and now we're moving on to vascular. There's not much here as well. They may bring one question marks from this. So if you see a dilated vessel like this, you know it's aneurysm. Cool. If you see, what is this? Yeah, if you see a vessel like this, and then you see it's dilated over here, you know it's an aneurysm. Great, good to know. Okay, if you see a vessel like this, and then you see that there is something like a plaque, or there's something that's not really obstructing it completely, but it's somewhat narrowing the passage, right? You know, this is a plaque. This is probably a thoracic fluorosis. Yeah, and then you can probably see this dark space over here, which has a shadow. This is the calcification in the plaque itself, you know? I have no clue what this is, but supposedly it's the same thing, just a different view, okay? Yeah, so thrombus or calcification. Cool. Okay. Okay, so again, over here, the colors just tell you if it's flowing towards you or away from you. So this is flowing towards us, this is going away from us. And this basically tells you if it's an artery or a vein, right? So if it's normal flow like this, then it's a normal artery. And if you see like flow only in like one region, or you see this increased region of increased flow or something, then it's probably stenosis. Stenosis is a fancy term for narrowing of the vessel. B is, yeah, probably transverse. This is longitudinal, so this is probably transverse. Yes, right. Okay, so this is the uterus, right? The problem is uterus is really badly explained. It's not even explained. So uterus. So remember how we said there are two views? How will we know if it's a vein? It's going to be more dilated than the artery. It's going to have like a larger lumen. They won't ask about the vein, trust me. It's going to have a thinner wall, and the pulsation is going to be not that pronounced. So it's going to be like, it's going, instead of going like really high peaks, it's probably going to be like tiny peaks or something. But they won't ask about the vein, because usually the only place where we check this for veins is in DVT, and you guys did not take DVT, and he didn't mention in the lecture, so don't worry about it. DVT is basically a clot in the vein due to not moving around and stuff. Deep in thrombosis. I'm not sure if he took it or not, so I'm just saying it. Okay, so basically in the uterus, we have two types of approaches. One is transabdominal, which is basically stomach, and then there is transvaginal. So if you have a transvaginal approach, you see this is the uterus like this. So this is exactly what you will see, and then you can see the bladder. So the bladder will be somewhere on top, and then the uterus will be like this. Okay, so it's going to be a side view like this. Cool, make sense? Next, we have the abdominal, so it's going to be on the abdomen, and the view is going to be something like this. So this is the bladder, and this is the uterus. Okay, so this is the bladder, and it's really hard to make out in this photo, but this is the uterus. Okay, again, what is this view? I'm pretty sure I wrote this down. Anyway, this view is transvaginal. Don't say sagittal, because sagittal just means in the midline, right? You could have it in the midline if you're doing it vaginally or abdominally. Doesn't really matter. So this is vaginal, and another hint of vaginal is usually this is going to be circular, because you remember the probe was like more circular, it was cylindrical. So this is going to be more cylindrical, and this probe is going to be a bit wider, right? So this is most probably abdominal. Yeah, this is abdominal. And the other thing is, in this, in the abdominal view, you will always see the bladder on top. And this is why we asked them to, I forgot, either empty the bladder or fill the bladder. But you will see the bladder for sure in abdominal. I think it's emptying the bladder, so it's easier to see the structures underneath. Okay, so fibroids. Okay, so this is basically the uterus. This is the bladder. So this is an abdominal view. Okay, abdominal view, abdominal view. So you can see the bladder, you can see the uterus. You can take measurements of the uterus, the length and width and all that. Okay, this is transvaginal because circular. And then you can see this. You can't see the bladder. This is transabdominal. Now you see this structure over here, and this tiny structure over here, this somewhat hypoechoic and this isoechoic or hyperechoic structure. These are different, or this isoechoic structure. These are different types of uterine fibroids. Fibroid is basically, it's basically smooth muscles, a patch of smooth muscles that starts growing randomly, okay? So it could be in the cavity itself, which is most probably this. Honestly, you can't tell, I can't tell. Now this is probably outside the cavity. So this is the uterus. This is probably subserosal, which means it's underneath the serosa, which is right at the edge, right? Yeah, okay, so fibroids over here again. So this is hypoechoic and hypoechoic again, hypoechoic over here. This is hypoechoic over here again. I don't know why this is isoechoic. This is probably some other, it's probably like another mass or something. Not important. You all need to know about fibroids. Cool. Okay, so we're basically done with the ultrasound lecture. Yes, it's probably a mess. We're done with the ultrasound lecture, so we're going to have a quick quiz. Okay, cool. What is this? So first you have to tell me which structure this is and then the abnormality. Cool. Hydronephrosis, which is in the kidneys. Yep. Okay, what is this? Oh my God, this is a horrible image. This is a really bad image. Yeah, it's not the pancreas. This is a sad excuse for renal stone, probably. We'll check now. Okay, what's this? Okay, liver, great. We see multiple lesions which are hypoechoic. So what is that, most probably? Yes, cancer, but metastasis. No, cirrhosis is when there's chronic liver failure. Metastasis is when there is cancer in some other region, usually the colon, and then bits of that cancerous tissue spread out into the liver. So why is it the colon? This is just pathophysiology. So you know how blood from the colon flows into the portal vein and then goes to the liver? That's why we have most of the metastasis from the colon into the liver, because that's the first site where the blood takes these cancerous lesions, okay? Okay, so what's F? First tell me what is the organ? Okay, great, it's liver, you're right. So what is this? This is an isoechoic structure with so much looks like liver tissue, so it's cancer. Yes, it's liver cancer, hepatocellular carcinoma. Okay, so what is this? Now you see that the liver is small, it has irregular edges, it is nodular. Okay, how did you know it's liver? Okay, yeah, okay. So it's a really bad image, but it's a liver because basically all you see is background, like these tiny nodules. So it's a really zoomed in image of a liver. If they zoomed it out a bit, or if they basically gave you a better picture, you would actually see the borders of the liver, which would make it easier. But yeah, basically, if you see something like this and it's really, there's a lot of tissue around it, it's probably the liver. Okay, so they tell you it's the bladder, and they're telling you it's the uterus. So this is, yes, it could be abscess as well, yes. But in the abscess, you're more likely to see fluid because abscess is more cystic in nature, okay? And then you're supposed to see like somewhat hypoechoic, dirty type of lesion outside. No, this is not the lumen of the uterus. This is the fibroid. Fibroids. Yeah, okay. So wait, let's check this out, and then I'll explain this. Seriously, hide presenter view. Okay. Okay, so basically, this is hydronephrosis. This is a sad excuse for non-obstructive kidney stone. I'm guessing this is the stone because you see the shadow over here. But you see how this image is so unclear. But you know, this is the image they're going to bring in the exam. So this is why you need to be used to this image. And this is why you need to go over these pictures a couple of times. So basically what they mean to say over here is that somehow this is a normal kidney. You can't see the calyx like you're seeing it here really clearly. So this is non-obstructing, but it's a stone because you can see the shadow. It's a horrible image, but whatever. Okay, so this is basically the fetus, right? So this is the forehead, this is the nose, this is the upper lip, chin, and this is fluid because it's dark, so it's hypoechoic. Okay, so this is basically the heart. I think he was just showing you that we can use these in the fetus just to see all of these. So this is the fetal heart, right? It's not a human heart. And then you can see the fetal heart, and you can actually check if there's any abnormalities in the fetus. This is again the fetus. So this is the spine. This is the heart again. The head's over here. This is probably the bladder and intestines and stuff like that over here. Okay. Again, this is the spine over here. This is probably the heart. So the head is somewhere over here and the legs are somewhere over here. This is probably the bladder. And then you have the 3D image. You can see this. You can actually see the fetus moving around and kicking. It's really cool. And this is the baby saying bye to you. Great. So yes, uterus. Now over here, the thing is, there's two views, right? In transvaginal, you can't really see the lumen because the uterus is usually closed and you can't really see the lumen. So if you see any hypoechoic space in the uterus, which is not directly in the center, it's probably going to be fibroid, okay? That's number one. Number two is that if it's transvaginal, you can't see the lumen. If it is abdominal, you still cannot see the lumen. However, if it is abdominal, but they change it from transverse to sagittal, I think you can see it because remember these slides? Where's the weird slides? Over here, I think one of them had it, which I basically told you to skip because that's going to confuse you, the lumen and the well, yeah, so they show you a 3D image, but they don't. Let's check to be sure. Yeah, okay, so for you, there's no lumen. That's perfect. You won't be able to see the lumen of the uterus. Cool, so uterus we're done. Pancreas, we covered fat replaced, chronic pancreatitis. We talked about an aneurysm, plaque, Doppler. Talked about the fetus. Class, we're done. Now, do you have any questions? Anything that was not clear? Anything I should have explained better? Feedback, comments, anything? Wow, it's almost 7. Good estimate, Jazz, good estimate. It was amazing, alhamdulillah, it was amazing, great. So what I would suggest you guys to do is, you know, the clinical lectures, the one that have the images, since you went over them today, go over them once tomorrow, just so that you can get the images stuck in your head. And, you know, go over, like, just try to be able to diagnose them on the spot. Okay, so if I see this, it's this. If I see this, it's this. Especially that non-obstructive kidney stone, you know, something like that, which is not really easy to see. And then you can probably, like, you know, do one lecture at a time for the other easier stuff, which is basically memorization and stuff, right? But this stuff, it requires you to spend some time, get used to the images. If you want, I can send the slides to Ijaz, I guess. If you have any questions, feel free to email me or just text me. My number is over here. Again, use all these slides only as a reference, only to understand the basics. And like the images are probably the only useful thing. Don't go after the text, except for the 3mm thing. Everything else, what's going to come in the exam is going to be from the slides. And yeah, don't count on the images in the exam to be very, very clear, because in ExamSoft, you probably, if you zoom in, you won't be able to see it that clearly. So you should be familiar with images. That's the only problem with the exams. Yeah, that's about it. So if we have nothing else, we can conclude. Ijaz, you have anything? I bet he's not even listening, is he?
I'm here. What's up? I
So do
just
you have
literally
anything?
went to get drink water. Are you done?
Fine, it's fine. Yep.
Okay, thank you so much, Arun.
No problem.
Right.